Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and very warm welcome to this event, to this info day related to our brand new 2021 large-scale call for under the Innovation Fund for large-scale projects. I'm Roman Dobrava. I'm the head of unit here at CINEA, at Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, responsible for the Innovation Fund implementation. We will have a full day today dedicated to this new call, which we opened recently on the 26th of October with the budget of 1.5 billion euros. I'm very happy to welcome you all to this day, to this call, which is also very timely. The discussions in Glasgow are still ongoing, and we are already eagerly expecting good and many projects that will demonstrate how low-carbon innovations can really make a difference and enter into the market already now. This is also an opportunity for the projects from the last call, from the 2020, from the large-scale call that will not have made it, to reapply, to resubmit their applications to this new call that has been just opened. How will the day today look? So we have prepared for you quite an interesting agenda, quite a rich agenda. We will have the day divided into 4 main blocks. In the first block, we will give you the key introductions from colleagues here at CINEA and in DG Climate by Patrick Kolar, who is the head of department for green research and innovation at CINEA, followed by Christian Holzleitner, who is the head of unit for land use and finance for innovation at DG CLIMA, who will provide the overview and the stock taking about us, about the Innovation Fund, about where we are today, where are we heading to, and what has been changed compared to the last call. I will then follow up with a few slides showing you the key features of this call. Then, after the Q&A session, we will have a second block where we will plunge deep into the call itself. We will look into the procedures, the application procedure and documentation presented by my colleague Laura. And afterwards, we will have a very detailed presentation of all award criteria done by the Innovation Fund team here at CINEA and at DG CLIMA by Gianluca, Uwe, Christoph, and Maria. And then we have a Q&A session allowing you to pose questions, comments. I will try to address all of them. Then, in the afternoon, after the lunch break, we will have 2 dedicated sessions to 2 key distinguishing methodologies that we are using under the Innovation Fund. First, we will have a detailed presentation about the relevant cost calculations and methodology. This will be done by colleagues Christoph and Alexander from our financial engineering team, again followed by the Q&A session where we will try to address your questions. And last but not least, and very important session led by Maria Velkova from DG CLIMA and colleagues from the JRC, Michele and Ekaterini, who will give you a very deep presentation about our greenhouse gas emission calculation methodologies used under the Innovation Fund. So we have a full day ahead of us. We hope to finish by 5 p.m. And how do we interact today? So we use Slido, through which you can pose your comments, ask your questions. We will try to answer as many questions as possible as we will be rolling throughout today. The most important, most elevated, most interesting questions will be picked up by our moderator, who will then ask the questions to the speakers. So please go to slido.com. The code that you need to enter is hashtag Innovation Fund Large Scale Call 2021. And don't forget to identify yourself. It is important that we know whom we are talking about. One remark, this session is recorded, the whole day is recorded. This is to allow you later on to review the slides, the presentations, and go again through them if need be. The recording will be made available at the CINEA website. We will show you later in the slides where you will find the recording. And please don't forget to fill in the Slido feedback form after you will leave the event. This is important for us to get feedback from you about the event. How can we improve for the future? So without further ado, I think we can move ahead. And I will pass the floor to Patrick Kolar, the head of department for Green Research and Innovation at CINEA. Patrick, floor is yours.
Thank you, Roman. Very warm virtual welcome from my side to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to say a few words at the opening of this, I think, quite important Info Day of the Innovation Fund. I will say a few words about our agency and also how our agency is managing the Innovation Fund, and then the colleague from DG CLIMA will, of course, highlight the Commission aspect. Next slide, please. So CINEA was established on 1st of April 2021 with the launch of the new multi-annual financial framework and as a continuation of the management of some programs from two predecessor agencies, CINEA and EASME. By capitalizing on the successful achievement of these agencies, CINEA also manages new programs such as parts of Horizon Europe, the new renewable energy financing mechanism, and the Innovation Fund. To implement this portfolio, both the staffing and the delegated budget of former INEA are subject to considerable increase. From around 34 billion at 2020 to 56 billion at 2027, of course, pending also possible increase of the Innovation Fund, and from around 300 staff in 2020 to around 500 staff in 2027. Next slide. So let me say also a few words how CINEA contributes to supporting the European Green Deal. CINEA is the EU focal point for green and infrastructure projects. The European Green Deal is the plan to make European economy sustainable, and we can do this only by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities and making the transition just and inclusive for all. EU aims to be climate neutral by 2050. Reaching this target requires action by all sectors covered by CINEA portfolio, investing into environmentally friendly technologies and infrastructure, supporting industry to innovate and roll out low-carbon technologies, rolling out cleaner, cheaper and healthier forms of private and public transport, decarbonizing energy sector, ensuring that buildings are more energy efficient, and working with international partners to improve global environmental standards. Next slide. CINEA delivers the European Green Deal through the 7 programs that we are managing. You can see them on the screen. There is the Connecting Europe Facility 2 for transport and energy, renewable energy financing mechanism, just transition mechanism, public sector loan facility pillar. There is Cluster 5 of the Horizon Europe program, of course, the Innovation Fund, LIFE program, and the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. I only mentioned on the slide the programs from the current multi-annual financial framework, so the programs that have started this year. But we should also not forget on the quite a large portfolio of projects that are still running from the previous multi-annual financial framework. We call them legacy projects, and they are coming from the preceding programs of these that you can see on the slide, for example, Horizon 2020. Next slide. But back to the Innovation Fund and a couple of words on how it is governed and implemented in close cooperation of 4 key actors. So that is the European Commission, DG CLIMA, is the Innovation Fund parent DG that defines the policy priorities of the fund and designs the calls for proposals. It is in charge if the award decision and coordinates the activities of European Investment Bank. Member states are also an active part of the Innovation Fund governance. Through the Innovation Fund expert group, they are consulted on strategic development issues, on the decisions launching the call, and on the list of selected projects. They are also key partners for provision of support to projects, whether regulatory or financial. CINEA implements the Innovation Fund grants. We manage the Innovation Fund calls. We run related evaluation procedures and manage the awarded projects from these calls. We also provide lessons learned, analysis from implemented projects, follow the knowledge sharing activities, and we provide policy recommendation to the Commission services. European Investment Bank provides the project development assistance to projects that are prospective but not sufficiently mature following the evaluation of CINEA external evaluators and further assessment by the EIB. This assistance is there to help these projects improve their technical or financial maturity. The EIB is also in charge of monetization of allowances and asset management of fund revenues. Our objective is to deploy innovative low-carbon technologies on the market already in this decade and pave the way for the covered sectors to follow and scale up. I'm glad to confirm that the Innovation Fund has so far attracted more than 500 applications to its 2020 calls for proposals. The first 3 grant agreements from the small-scale project call have been signed recently, and others will follow shortly. The large-scale project's call results will be announced later in November, and their grant agreements will be finalized by March next year. I wish all applicants for this 2021 large-scale project call best of luck, and hope to see many good projects across sector and member states. I also wish everyone a very fruitful day and really try to benefit from it, and don't hesitate to ask many questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Patrick, for the introduction to CINEA, to the Innovation Fund, to the way how the fund is being governed. I would now pass the floor to Christian from DG CLIMA, who is the head of unit for land use and finance for innovation. And Christian will take you through more in-depth explanation, the stock taking, I think very interesting insights to the Innovation Fund and our policy framework. Christian, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Roman. Yes, good morning. Very happy to be back with you. And yeah, let's get started. I guess I can request control of the slides. And then, yeah. As you know, the Innovation Fund is about supporting the first movers. So the ones among you who are ready to invest already now in those technologies that we need for 2050. And as we've seen with our first 2 calls, we really get a very good, very diverse mix of projects. So we cover more or less everything that we want to cover, from renewable energy, including the manufacturing of certain components, a lot of projects, a lot of project applications about carbon capture, use and storage. So I think even more about circular economy than we expected. Then of course, one of our core areas is energy-intensive industries, but also including substitute products and energy storage, be it in smart grids or also the manufacturing of components like batteries. And also, if you talk about energy storage, you can talk about hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen is a cross-cutting topic across all these areas. So, and what we want to do is to support the first movers. So the first demonstration projects at commercial scale. So that we really see that these technologies work at a commercial size. And if we go to the next slide, as also Patrick said, we've really received a good portfolio of project applications with our call for small-scale projects. We could already award 32 projects. The ones of the first large-scale call, we will announce the winners probably within the next weeks. And then we could already award 25 projects for project development assistance. So, and on the next slide, I put the photo from our first signature ceremony for the first small-scale projects. So, and there you already see the very different projects we're supporting. You have a decarbonization of glass production in France. You have renewable heat for an energy-intensive mold production in Croatia. So we are also going into locations in the east of Europe, in the south of Europe, and equally to the north of Europe, like in Iceland, with direct air CO2 capture and geological storage over there. So all technologies that were also a lot discussed or are still discussed in Glasgow at the climate conference. And the signature ceremony took place at the side event of the climate conference in Glasgow. There we also got into a cooperation with Bill Gates, with the Catalyst Fund. They have a very similar approach than us. They are also very much about the scale up, about demonstration projects at commercial size. So I think all over you see at the COP really a much bigger focus on innovation. So I think what we are doing here is very timely. It's something that not only we are looking into, but also the new Biden administration in the US, for example. On the next slide, I just want to show you again that we are really covering almost all sectors that we want to cover, starting from biofuels, over chemicals, CCUS, wind energy, solar energy, down to cement and lime on this list. And you also see that we cover a large number of member states. So, and these are only the awarded projects up to now from the small scale call and the project development assistance. And then on the next slide, we've been very, very quick in announcing the second call. So again, putting on the table 1.5 billion euros for you as grants in supporting you to move towards these new technologies. So we really want to be there to work through these project pipelines that we see. So I think all over, like taking the projects from the first large-scale call, we see, I think, surely around 100 projects that are worth going forward, that are considered very innovative, which may still have a bit of trouble to get the financing right. But for this, we are also here with the EIB and the project development assistance. So we would really like to invite everyone to reapply, and also for the ones who haven't yet applied, please apply. We are really here for the next 10 years. And I really want to emphasize this, that we are a continuous facility. So even if you don't get it this time, or you haven't gotten it in from the first call, please come again, apply again. And this is also why we put a lot of emphasis on keeping the call text pretty stable, so that you there also have a certainty on what we expect from you to do. And so it's a little bit like if it ain't broken, don't fix it. As you can see on the next slide, we pretty much keep our award criteria as in the first call text. But of course, we got quite some feedback from you on what we could improve, and we are very happy to adjust it. And you see, I think we got most feedback on the greenhouse gas emission avoidance calculations. And as my colleagues will explain later, there we did some adjustments that we get like a better evaluation of those projects, better comparison between different project sizes, and we also then put in there a bigger emphasis on the net carbon removals, which is a big topic. Like you really hear now a lot, like at the COP and so on. Really, also this other part of climate policy, not only substituting fossil fuels, but really getting the CO2 out of the atmosphere, the excess CO2. Then I think the degree of innovation, project maturity, scalability, those criteria have worked reasonably well, quite well, also based on your feedback, so we don't do a lot of changes there. We do one more change on cost efficiency, also to be more in line with state aid rules. So that should help you to get additional funding, also through national measures. Will also be explained later on. On the next slide, I would like to go like a little bit of a bigger view, so a little bit going out of the call text itself. But to really also emphasize is that the Innovation Fund occupies quite a unique space in the European funding landscape. So we are here for those projects that technologically are ready for the scaling up, that are ready to go into commercial application, but don't, or where let's put it like this, or where the market revenues are not yet enough to cover all the costs. So, as you know, the ETS price is from the emission trading system is around 60 euros per ton of carbon. A lot of the technologies that we talk about are above that price, and we want to finance that gap to already incentivize you to do it now and to take some risks of this. And what we also see from the applications from the first calls is that a lot of you are looking for the co-financing by the Innovation Fund and other public sources, in particular state aid. So we are also very keen to work with our colleagues in the Director General for Competition to ensure that the rules under the Innovation Fund are really consistent with state aid rules, and to make it easier for you to look at that co-funding. Of course, avoiding any kind of double funding. Nobody wants to have like undue windfall profits there. And then, of course, as I said before, we are now entering into new partnerships with the European Investment Bank, with Bill Gates' Catalyst Fund to provide additional debt financing. So that can be also very interesting for you. Now that we have in the executive agency, in CINEA, like also the LIFE program, the Connecting Europe facility, the relevant parts of Horizon Europe, we can also look at having much better the synergies between those different programs and really take a project from the very early research stages through Horizon Europe, through the first applications, be it through the LIFE program, the European Innovation Council, to the first large-scale project, which would be us, the Innovation Fund, and then also looking at the additional funding for the infrastructure and additional funding through Invest EU. And then one last slide on my side, and now really looking into the future, but also giving you the certainty that we are really here for you for the next 10 years, and that the Innovation Fund will continue to be a really significant funding opportunity for you. In July, when the Commission has come forward with the new proposals, the so-called Fit for 55 package for 2030, we propose to double the size of the Innovation Fund. So you could expect by 23, 24, when this legislative package is concluded, that the Innovation Fund could go up to maybe even 50 billion euros at current prices in the emission trading system. So a very considerable increase. And also we are thinking about new funding instruments, carbon contracts for difference, which would work quite in the same way as many member states have done for renewables. So to guarantee a certain price for hydrogen, for sustainable fuels, for green steel, for green chemicals, and to take the fluctuation compared to the market price. We'll have to see what our co-legislators say on that, but we would be already very keen over the next months to get into a discussion with you, so to see how we can design this carbon contracts for difference, how also to position them compared to our traditional innovation fund calls, which are more for first-of-a-kind projects. So to see how we can support you better in this transition towards climate neutrality. So also on that, I'm very much looking forward and having a very good and exciting discussion on that, and hopefully already over the next months and definitely over the next year. Okay, that was a little bit looking into the future, but I think now back really to this call text and what are the conditions in this second call, which offers you 1.5 billion euros for your projects. Thanks a lot, and back to you, Roman.
Thank you, Christian. Thanks a lot. Very, very interesting slides, very interesting inputs, and very well timed to go now deeper to our call. Thank you. So we will now walk you through a couple of additional slides in this session, trying to focus specifically on this call and on its key features. So, going back, what is the Innovation Fund? And we are talking about this instrument. Maybe there are some people watching us who never heard about us. So, just a few key features of the fund itself. It is probably the largest funding instrument dedicated to decarbonization in those sectors mentioned also by Christian. This is funded by the EU emissions trading system. At the current carbon price, or rather at 50 euros per ton of CO2, the fund with its current volume could reach something like 25 billion until 2030. We are supporting both small and large-scale projects. For the large-scale projects, which are of our concern today, the Innovation Fund finances up to 60% of additional capital costs and additional operating costs over 10 years after their entry into operation. So additional costs compared to the, let's say, market cost, to the reference cases. The funding is provided in two, let's say, main tranches, and I will show you this on the next slide. We can fund up to 40% of the grant. We can provide up to 40% of the grant before or at the financial close of the project, and the rest, which is at least 60% of the grant, is normally disbursed over the construction and operation period. We have annual calls, so this is now the autumn call for large-scale projects, but we will have also next year, again, small-scale and large-scale call. We would like to keep this, this regular to allow projects also to come back or to adjust the calls as we will see the pipeline forming. In the Innovation Fund, it is in your hands as applicants how you design your projects. It is your choice how you set up your business, how you set up your organization, whether you apply alone or in consortia, whether you set up an SPV or you put the project on the balance sheet of your company. This is up to you. It's possible. What is important to understand is that we can fund only projects that are implemented on the territory of the EU, Norway, and Iceland. So any applicant can be part of the project, but the project must be physically implemented over the territory of the EU, Norway, and Iceland. And as Christian mentioned, we are also providing additional support through the project development assistance that is provided by the European Investment Bank. This is for the projects that, following the evaluation by our external evaluators, are deemed prospective but yet immature to go ahead with the grants, and therefore they are offered, after being analyzed also by the European Investment Bank, additional support in the form of project development assistance to improve their financial or technical maturity. Now, looking to the call itself, so the key features: the call is open. We have launched on the 26th of October. The deadline for submission of applications is the 3rd March 2022. We are expecting then to announce the results in the 3rd quarter of next year. The volume of the budget for this call is 1.5 billion euros. We have the same focus, the same scope in this call as we had in the previous call in 2020, with some slight adjustments, as Christian was showing, and as we will also explain in the next presentations. We have 5 selection criteria, 5 award criteria: greenhouse gas emissions avoidance, degree of innovation, project maturity, cost efficiency, and scalability. And what is a distinguishing element of the Innovation Fund is the way how we finance the projects. So we are not following so-called full cost model. We are providing lump sum payments, lump sum grants upon delivery, upon achieving project milestones that are proposed by project proponents themselves. Nevertheless, they have to follow up the conditions and requirements of the call. Now, how does this look in practice in terms of the lump sum payments? We have some key points in time which we call milestones or work packages, and there are some that are mandatory. We are expecting every project to reach the financial close. This is the first key milestone of the project within 4 years after the project start. Then the project should enter into operation, which is also a mandatory point in time. And then we have 10 years reporting period through which the projects are coming back and reporting on achieved greenhouse gas emissions. Now, before financial close, we can provide up to 40% of the grant, provided that there is a justification for the use of the resources. This is proportional to the effort needed by the project. For instance, if you look to geothermal energy, where you need to do some initial drilling, and that requires some cost before you can financially close, or whether you need to finalize your FEED study, and that requires some additional financing. So despite the fact that we are not providing any pre-financing, as in any programs, because the Innovation Fund is delivery-based, is milestone-based program, we still can provide up to 40% of the grant before or at the financial close. And that amount is not dependent on the achieved greenhouse gas emissions. The remaining 60% of the grant, which is disbursed over the project construction and operation, is depending on how much greenhouse gas emissions you will reduce, you will achieve once you sign your financial close and start implementing the project, once you enter into operation. And that amount will be paid in full, in 100%, if you achieve at least 75% of your promised greenhouse gas emissions. If you fail to achieve that, that amount, the 60%, will be reduced proportionally compared to what you have achieved, compared to what you have promised when you submitted your proposal. So we are allowing quite some flexibility to projects to design and structure their steps in time from the initial preparation, financial close, construction, and operation. We have these key points that you can see on the slide that are mandatory: financial close, entry into operation, and then 10 years monitoring period. But any other steps in time, any other milestones can be proposed by the applicants and designed as specific milestones or work packages that are needed, and they should be reflecting the reality of the project. So I hope this is clear. Now, if we look to the award criteria, we will have dedicated presentation later, so I will not go very much in details here. The 5 criteria that we have, they are then broken down to sub-criteria. We are looking into greenhouse gas emissions avoidance, absolute and relative. We are also looking into potential of the net carbon removal and other greenhouse gas emission savings, as Christian mentioned, because we want to support projects that will have material impact on the economy, on the environment. And we will, of course, look into quality and credibility of the calculation of these greenhouse gas emissions. Why? Because there is this dependency on how much you reduce with how much funding you are getting. So this is an important element that we want to make sure that the projects that will go through are well done, are well calculated, well prepared. And we have specific methodology for that, which will be presented to you in the afternoon. Then in the degree of innovation, we expect projects to go beyond the incremental innovation. So there must be innovative element, and they will have an impact on the EU policy objectives, a positive impact, whether this is energy efficiency, circularity, or additional renewable energy. Under project maturity criterion, we are asking the key question: is the project ready to sign their financial close within 4 years after the project start? Is the project prospective and ready to start constructing and operating? Is the consortium right? Are the conditions for the project understood, the risks addressed? Do you have a vision about how the project will be funded and how tangible that is? So under project maturity, we look into this from technical, financial, and implementation point of view. Then the criterion scalability, which in essence is what is the growth potential of your project? how much further can the technology or the solution deployed through the project be scaled up, be used in another locations, in other uses, in different settings, and so on. And then cost efficiency criterion, which is an automatic calculation done in the Innovation Fund, which is in essence how much grant you are asking for how much greenhouse gas emissions are you going to avoid. So what is the grant per ton of the CO2 avoided? In this call, 2021 large-scale projects call, which is a single-stage call, we are introducing so-called cascade approach during the evaluation. And this means that first, we will look into the degree of innovation criterion. We'll assess that criterion. Those projects that will pass the minimum threshold for the degree of innovation will then be moving to the next step, in which we will assess project maturity and greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. And again, those projects that will meet all minimum requirements and pass the minimum thresholds will be then assessed against the scalability and cost efficiency criteria. How does the selection procedure work from the beginning to the end? So first, after we close the call, the first step in the evaluation process is to check the admissibility and eligibility criteria, whether the proposal is complete, whether it is in line with the requirements of the call, whether all mandatory documents are submitted, and so on, whether it is in the scope of the call. Then those projects that will pass this stage will be assessed against each evaluation criteria, and this is the cascade approach that I mentioned before. Once this is done, and this evaluation will be done by external independent experts, the projects will be ranked, and this list of pre-selected projects is consulted with our member states. And following that, the grant award decision is taken for those projects that are selected. For those projects that will, during the evaluation, will pass through all the thresholds, but will not be mature enough, the external experts can recommend them for the project development assistance, in case this assistance will help these projects to increase their maturity. They will be again looked at by the European Investment Bank, and then the shortlisted projects will be again consulted with the member states, and then the award decision for the project development assistance is taken by the Commission, and the EIB signs the contracts and provides this assistance to beneficiaries. So some high-level initial recommendations, which also come from the first two calls that we have assessed and analyzed. They seem to be pretty trivial, but I still think it's important to show them on the screen so that you have them in the back of your mind when you will be investing your time and effort to prepare an application. First, make sure that you submit all supporting documents, which means we really encourage every single applicant to start early, to go through the call text, to analyze what is necessary, what are the requirements, what are the mandatory documents, and the methodology, so that you are sure once you press the button in the system, the submission is complete. Please read carefully all the requirements. Please make and read very carefully the methodologies that we have developed, both for relevant costs and for the greenhouse gas emissions. We will have 2 sessions in the afternoon today. It's very important that you understand those methodologies and you prepare your projects in line with those methodologies. Please do not wait until the last moment for submission, because there may be IT hiccups, there may be issues, and it's a very bad situation if you invested a lot of time and then due to such an event you are unable to submit the application. And before submitting, because we saw many cases in the previous 2 calls, one of the key issues that I would like to highlight is the consistency of your application. Consistency across your documents, across your calculations, and your qualitative assessments. Consistency on your statements and the numbers that you are providing. Please make sure that it is really a fully consistent story that you are supplying to us, that all the documents match and your numbers are in line. That would be, I think, it from this point of view. Now, what are next steps for us? In the next stage, in January, on the January 13th, we will organize another webinar for this call, where we will go back and we will present you some lessons learned and recommendations from the 2020 large-scale call. So this will, I think, allow you still in time to adjust your applications and improve them before you submit them. The deadline for application is 3rd of March 22, and then the results will be announced in the 3rd quarter of 2022. What are the next calls? Just to show you, so on March 22, we are planning to launch the next small-scale call, and then, as mentioned before by Christian and myself, we will try to organize these calls in an annual fashion, so to have a spring call for small-scale projects and autumn call for large-scale projects. The small-scale call will be with a budget of 100 million euros. Okay, I think this is it from me. I would now invite Mark van der Hagen from CINEA, who will walk us through a couple of Q&A, questions and answers. Mark.
Thank you very much, Roman, and happy to see so many participants in this Info Day. Maybe first of all to remind you that you can always ask your questions in Slido using hashtag #IFLSC 2021. In general, we will focus and try to answer the questions that are of general interest, and you can like questions in Slido in order to express your interest in them. Questions that are very specific or that we are not able to answer, please refer them to the help desk. You will, on the Funding and Tenders portal, you will always get an answer for questions introduced in there. Now for this first Q&A session, we will limit ourselves to a limited number of questions, also because lots of the questions that we have received already, and thank you for that, will be answered either through the presentations or in the question and answer sessions that will follow the presentations later today. So the first question that I have, and it's a question for you, Roman, is the following. Since communication on critical raw materials resilience is added to the EU policy objectives for IF funds, are all critical raw materials included in the IF scope, and what projects on critical raw materials are eligible?
I think it's a very general and big question, because you use these materials everywhere. So in principle, yes, of course, we are looking very much into how these projects fulfill the sustainability requirements. This is in particular assessed under the degree of innovation, where we look into the impact to the policy objectives. One of those policies is the circularity, which very well covers also raw materials. The circularity, how reusability and elements related to really being more sustainable than the current market practice is addressed. So there is no limitation in this point of view. We expect all projects to be sustainable, all projects to be fulfilling our environmental objectives, and all contributing to our circularity objectives of the EU. And I forgot to introduce also Maria Velkova, who just joined us here from DG CLIMA, who is also prepared to take some of the questions.
Thank you, Roman. And I have another question for you. Why are electric vehicles not included in the scope of the Innovation Fund? Also, why are electric vehicle components not included or eligible for the Innovation Fund? And since electric vehicles are energy storage units, are they and their components included in the scope of the Innovation Fund?
I think Maria can answer this one. Yes,
yes, of course. So electric vehicles are not in the scope of the Innovation Fund per se, because we don't cover for the moment the transport sector. But nonetheless, if actually electrical vehicles are used for energy storage purposes, such projects can be eligible. And the production, for example, of batteries for electric vehicles is considered a component and can fall in the sector which we have now for manufacturing of components for renewable energy and energy storage. So we have expanded in a way the scope of the Innovation Fund, and we can support a lot of projects that will help actually electric vehicles become more competitive.
Thank you. Then we have a further question, and this is a question in relation to hydrogen projects. For projects, such projects that are included in important projects for common European interest, is the Innovation Fund compatible with state aid in order to get 100% of funding, to get 100% of the funding gap allowed by these important projects of common European interest?
Yes, Mark, I can answer this one. So the Innovation Fund is not subject to state aid itself. Nevertheless, we are encouraging projects to combine the financing from the Innovation Fund with any other funding coming from state aid resources, provided this is in line with the state aid provisions. Our current understanding is that there are new state aid provisions that are under preparation, which normally should allow to combine different sources of financing, including the Innovation Fund and other funds, including state aid, such as IPSAI, into a single application.
Thank you. So we will now close this first question and answer session and go into the more detailed substance and continue with our agenda. I give the floor to you, Roman, again. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Maria, and thank you all for questions. We are also trying to answer them as we are rolling directly in Slido. And so let's move on to the next session. I'm very happy to welcome Laura Alcoverro from our Innovation Fund team, who will walk you through the details of the call, the application, the procedure. Laura, please.
Thank you, Roman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in this Info Day. I'll try to be very short on my presentation and give you only a few screenshots, an overview of how does it look like to prepare an application and the tool that you need to use in order to get there. So first of all, where will you find the call? So this is the URL where you can get and find all the information and documentation that you need in order to apply. And there are several ways to get there, so you don't need really to copy or memorize this long address. The main way to get to the call is through the EU Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. If you type this in any search engine, you will find it straight away. So this portal brings together all the funding programs of the European Commission, or most of it, and you will find all the relevant funding opportunities through this portal, and that includes the Innovation Fund. So going through the portal, that's the first thing you would see, the list of programs. You can click on the Innovation Fund. Another page will open where you will find a presentation on the program. And here in this small square view, you can see which are the calls that are published for this specific program. So when you click there, you'll see our Innovation Fund call for large-scale projects 2021 marked as open for submission. And there you get to the call page. That may also be a long path, so you can also get there through CINEA website. That is also a URL that you would find quite easily. So through the agency website, there you will find a direct link to the Funding and Tenders portal to the space where the call is published. So this is the first step to get in there. So how to get to the call and how to get to the information about the call. So on that page, you will find many, many, many documents. So which are these relevant documents? On your left hand side, you will find a menu. So under conditions and documents, you will find there the call document. So this is what has been mentioned already before. So this is the key document which explains what is the rationale of the call and how the different proposals will be evaluated. You will find also the relevant annexes, notably the methodology for the relevant cost calculation and the methodology for the calculation of the GHG emission avoidance. Sorry. And in addition to those documents, you will also find all the tools that will help you to do both calculations, the calculation on the relevant cost and the calculation on the GHG emission avoidance, on which you will also receive extensive presentations in the course of the day today. So all the tools, all the necessary guidance that you need are already available on that page. So once you have read the documents, once you have made up your mind about whether your project fits with the Innovation Fund aims and methodologies, you may want to start submission. That you will find it also on the same page. There is a button that clearly says submission serviced, start submission. So when you click there, you get to the submission tool. So this is basically the first thing that you will see with the details of the call. And I would like to highlight here two boxes. The application form part B, you will have to download it from here because the version that you will find on the portal is not editable. So the editable version that you can use in order to fill in your proposal description is the one that you will find inside the submission tool. So this is already an important point. And then here you see there are support and help desk, online manual, and IT how-to. These are common guidelines which are designed to help you navigate through the submission system and through the portal. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this portal and this submission system support various programs, not only the Innovation Fund. So whenever you have any doubt on how to navigate through the tools, please use this, this manual, this IT how-to, because those are made by other colleagues who are much more familiar than I am with the portal and these IT tools, and you will find tutorials and step-by-step explanations on how to do certain things in the submission tool. So this is how the online manual looks like. So you will you will find where to go through to get the information, and in every page, depending on which stage you are, you always have this IT how-to button who will also guide you on how to do things practically in the portal. For instance, if you want to add another participant in a consortium and things like that. So I'm going to spend some time only now on the screens which are specific for the Innovation Fund and on where these tutorials may not be so useful for you. So first of all, when you go into the tool, you will see that you need to upload a series of documents. So the first one is the Part B, as I mentioned before, the editable one that you will take from the system and that you will fill in with your proposal, and a number of annexes. These annexes are compulsory, if they are in a red color here, and there is only one optional annex. Everything is explained in application form Part B as well, which are these annexes, which is the maximum length, which is the extension that you need. So this is where you will upload all the annexes which are part of your application. Then in the system, you will also need to edit what is called the Part A. So in order to edit the Part A, you have to go through this button, Edit Forms. And this is what you will see as a first screen. So it is important when you go into the first screen, maybe into the first screen, which is about general information. So you will find how to fill in this part. It is very important that when you get to the menu Fix Keyword 1, there you choose the sector that your project belongs to, because this is very important for the evaluation. So in this list of fixed keyword ones, you will find the list of sectors of this call. So you choose the sector. The rest is a standard application form. On the budget table, the Innovation Fund grant is a lump sum. So here, in this budget table, we just ask you to encode which is the amount of grant that you request. And this will be based on your calculation of relevant costs that is not part of this application form Part A. Here it is important that you focus only on how much are you asking of Innovation Fund grant for your project. And then you will get also to a tab with other questions which are specific to the Innovation Fund, and which refer to the location where the project will take place. And here also we ask you to encode which are the GHG emission avoidance, absolute and relative, and the cost efficiency values for your proposal. As it has been explained before, this is an arithmetical award criteria, so it is important that it is easily identifiable which are these values. So these are also in Part A, and the details of the calculation and any explanation on the rationale behind you will be inputting this in other parts of the application. So once you get to the end of the process, once you have filled in the application form Part B, once you have uploaded all the documents, you are ready to submit a proposal. So if you see something like this on your screen, your proposal was submitted on this date and with an ID, that means that your proposal has been submitted. It has been received by our services, and it is there. So normally this is what you would do far before the deadline in order to make sure that your proposal can be evaluated. Still, at any moment until the deadline, you can make changes to your application. So you can update the proposal, you can check it, you can withdraw it. How will you do that? Again, through the Funding and Tenders portal, you log in with your EU login code, and you will find this screen, My Proposals. So here you can see all the proposals that you have submitted. And by clicking on Actions, you can either view what you have submitted, and you can also edit what you have submitted. If you edit, you will have to click again the Submission button in order to for the proposal to be updated. In all this process, you have different help desks. You'll see in the call page this Get Support tab. So the different help desks may be about IT, help desk if you are lost in the portal, if you are lost in the tools, if the manuals do not help you, you can ask for help. And you have also specifically the Innovation Fund Help Desk. The Innovation Fund Help Desk is there to answer any questions that you would have about the call itself, about the supporting documents, about the methodologies, etc., etc. So it is important that if you have any questions in the process, you use this channel, you use the Innovation Fund Help Desk, because we can only reply to the questions that arrive through this help desk. There are other support tools in the portal itself about how does it work with EU login, what does a PIC mean, and these kind of things that may sound a bit strange to you at the beginning, but which are very common for all the programs and for all the applicants that use the portal and the different submission systems. So anything that is general, you can also find help and support by navigating through the portal. So that is all from my side. I wish you also good luck on the preparation of your applications, and I hand the floor to my colleagues for more details on the different aspects of the call. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to add on to what my colleague Laura just had put forward and talk about the parts of the application, the forms especially. As Laura just mentioned, the part A is more the administrative information, budgets, and the greenhouse gas indicators, as you have seen. And this part is an online form that you are filling out online. Whereas when we are coming to the part B of your application, this is a document that you will prepare outside of the portal, and then once it's done, you will upload this part. Just already here, I want to mention the page limit that the Part B has. So please don't go beyond 70 pages, as everything beyond that will be disregarded. The Part B incorporates then all the award criteria and work package details, and I will give you more details about this now. So the Part B starts with an introduction section, having the selection criteria and the technical scope of your proposal, then followed by the award criteria, and this part is then the most important part of this document. Once you are working on the award criteria, please make sure that this part is very much self-explanatory. So explain your work packages, explain your award criteria very well. Make sure it's self-standing. Make sure it's supported by the annexes that are either mandatory or optional. And make sure that you're also cross-referencing to these additional documents and annexes. You see in the first section the operational capacity and the financial capacity. Just a word on that. The operational capacity is assessed during the evaluation process, and it's based on the mandatory documents and information that you have to provide, whereas the financial capacity is only checked once the proposal is invited for grant preparation. Looking at the work packages, There is a template included in the Part B. Please have a look at that and use it. Important is that the grant disbursement is based on lump sums, so there will be payments connected to the work packages. So you need to complete a work package before a payment can be done. Also important is that the payment must be proportional to what you are proposing in the work package. So make sure that you are connecting the amount that you're requesting at the end of the work package logically to the content of the work package. And also, of course, provide enough information for monitoring the work package and the management of the project. And a last important point is the number of work packages. So you have 3 mandatory parts of work packages. You have the work package for financial close, so the time covered until financial close. Then you have the period for building and construction, implementation of the project, and then you have the part for the operation, whereas after start of operation, you have to have 1 work package per year. Here an example of a work package setup that could be, and here you see the 3 different fields, the 3 different areas. So until financial close, until entry into operation, and then the annual situation once you started the operation. And again here, you can see that you can divide each of the sections into different work packages, into different steps. As you can see here, for example, until financial close, there's a technical study, is 1 work package, then there's preparation work, 2 different work packages, and due to this, you can request a payment at the end of each of the work packages. Make sure that you make realistic milestones so that it's very clear when the work packages are done, finished, and that they can be clearly understood that they are open for payments. And yeah, as you see at the last section, you have the year 1, year 2, year 3, and so on. And this is split into these annual sections as per the call text. One word about the annexes. So we have different annexes and supporting documents. We have the mandatory ones. You see them listed here, but also they are listed in the Part B, in this Section 8 of Part B. Please have a careful look to them and make sure that you upload at least all of the mandatory annexes and supporting documents. Then there is the possibility for additional optional documents. For example, the due diligence report is what you could upload. Very important, have a look at the page limit. I said already that the Part B itself has a page limit of 70 pages, but also for the mandatory supporting documents, there are page limits laid out in the Part B, in the Section 8. Have a clear look at them. Don't exceed them, because exceeding pages will be disregarded, and this will be not helpful for the evaluation of your project. Coming to the Part C, this is again an electronic form that you will fill from the portal, and this was developed to gather structured information out of your application. Therefore, it's very important, as it combines information from the other parts, to be very consistent here, to make sure that all the information given here are consistent with Part B and other annexes or supporting documents. In case that this is not the case, if there is a contradiction, then we will have to look at Part B, as this takes the precedence in this case. The Part C also will be a continuous document that will follow the project, so it will be also updated during the project, of course, only in case that the project will be funded. Some tips at the end. Like Roman said already, please have a careful look to all the documents and guidances. Read them all carefully so that you understand clearly what needs to be done. If you have questions, contact the help desk. As said already, submit well in advance. There is the possibility that you can still adapt your documents before the call deadline. So try it as early as possible, not to get into any rush at the end. As I said before, for Part B, be very clear in your informations. Clarity here is really paramount, be more important than even quantity. So make sure that everything can be very well understood. Have clear cross-references to the other documents, and make sure that all the documents are really consistent. Of course, with a page limit, the question is every time I do the letters a little smaller, then I'll get more pages. Also, there is a clear guidance on the minimum size, the font size for your text. And yeah, if you have any questions still, the FAQ section and the help desk are there to help you with anything that you might come across during your application. And with this, I'm handing over to Maria for the greenhouse gas. Thanks.
Thank you, Uwe. So I will walk you through a few slides on our first award criterion, greenhouse gas emission avoidance. Of course, you know that with the Innovation Fund, we aim to support projects which deliver substantial greenhouse gas emission avoidance. So for that reason, we need to look at each project and how they are likely to reduce emissions. So we look at both absolute and relative emission avoidance. And now, in this call, we have introduced actually a third sub-criterion, which is actually nothing new, but just regrouping what we were previously considering under technical maturity and under degree of innovation, i.e. the third sub-criterion will cover the quality and credibility of the calculations, the potential to deliver net carbon removals, and possible other greenhouse gas emission savings. What is important to note here is that the absolute emission avoidance, the score is derived depending on the absolute emission avoidance of each project within the sector selected by the applicant. Whereas for all the other criteria, this consideration is not there, and the score is derived depending on the calculation result in the case of relative emission avoidance, or the expert assessment in the case of quality and credibility of the calculation. And I would really like to underline how important it is to do the calculation really well, very carefully, to explain it very well, all the assumptions that are taken, so not to leave the evaluators to wonder, okay, what is that? Where is this coming from? Then, for the potential to deliver net carbon removals and other greenhouse gas emission savings, we have, of course, a calculation result, and then the score is dependent on this calculation result. What I want to underline here is that not all projects will have net carbon removals. I have one slide on that to to give you some examples of such projects. And we're not expecting actually that many of the projects will have other greenhouse gas emission savings, because these are savings that are normally not covered in the methodology, but there could be such cases. And if they are substantial, so not just 1 or 2% of the absolute emission avoidance, but substantial other greenhouse gas savings, we invite applicants to calculate and present them in a separate tab. So, of course, what is the main calculation? We have a session at 3 o'clock. Please join it, where we will explain, or rather the JRC colleagues will explain in more detail how to do this calculation. But just in very brief terms, what we look, as I said, is the absolute emission avoidance, which is actually the difference between the emissions that would occur in the absence of the project or the reference emissions and the emissions from the project activity, if any. This is calculated over 10 years of time, and what is important to note is that there are certain emission factors to be used, which are actually explained in the methodology in quite a big detail. These emission factors will be fixed for this 10-year period, and the reason for that is we will want obviously to monitor how each project is delivering emission avoidance, and each project has to reach at least 75% of the promised absolute emission avoidance to get to the full grant. Then the relative emission avoidance is actually the absolute emission avoidance divided by the reference emissions, and this results in a percentage, which then helps us calculate the score of relative emission avoidance. Net carbon removals, as I mentioned, this time we have a separate consideration, or have highlighted actually this consideration, which was always there in this third sub-criterion. And these are projects which are likely to deliver negative total project emissions. There are a lot of solutions out there, both natural-based solutions and technological solutions, which can deliver negative project emissions. Here, obviously, we're looking to support such solutions which will fall in the eligible sectors in energy-intensive industry and energy sector. So, normally, such solutions are a result of the combination of capturing either atmospheric CO2 through direct air capture or biogenic CO2 and combining it with geological or permanent storage of this CO2, or incorporating the CO2 in long-lived materials. These are the usual cases. So if your project concerns such a case, please do the calculation and you will be rewarded for that. We have some minimum requirements, and these are important for two types of projects. For the projects which aim to produce a product with an EU ETS benchmark, you will need to do the calculation actually for the emissions per ton of product and demonstrate that the project you're applying with is likely to deliver emissions lower than the EU ETS benchmark. So that is a minimum requirement. And projects that use biomass, of course, have to use sustainable biomass. We have provided details what we expect from you. This has to be in line, of course, with the Renewable Energy Directive requirements. Now, we expect a lot of resubmissions from the first calls for proposals of the Innovation Fund. We have updated the Annex C, the methodology for greenhouse gas emission avoidance, for clarification mostly. We have done some changes nonetheless, minimum changes which were necessary, and we have explained them in a forward. So please have a look at this forward. I will not go into details now, but in the afternoon session we will provide a few more pointers where the possible changes are. So if you already applied and you are concerned by these changes, please do the necessary corrections, because it will be important that you apply the revised or updated methodology. What I could say here still from the changes which we have done is that we have revised the sector classification, meaning that we have deleted some sectors, but this doesn't mean that these sectors become not eligible. It's rather that they are merged with existing sectors, and we have created new sectors, 2 new sectors. This will be explained in the afternoon in more detail. What we have foreseen now is the possibility for energy efficiency or electricity saving projects to be able to calculate properly the emission avoidance. We have now a separate section because this was missing actually in the previous version of the methodology. This is in the part of energy intensive industries. We have given also a clear guidance how to consider emission avoidance in the case of CCU, carbon capture and utilization, to long-lived products. We have also introduced now the consideration of transport emission from biomass feedstocks, where the biomass feedstock will be transported for over 500 kilometers. Maybe just to point out, if you're concerned with a project on the manufacturing of components, we have introduced a change in the formula there to take into consideration the fractional contribution of this component to the capital cost of the facility, which will result in a more accurate calculation. But more details in the afternoon, as that is, I know, maybe too detailed. I want to point out something really important, which is the calculation tools. We have them on the funding and tenders portal, and they are obligatory to use. And there's a long list there of tabs. So this is a screenshot of these tabs. And certain of these tabs are obligatory, like the reference emissions, projects emissions, the process diagram in the case of energy intensive industry. Other tabs are only if relevant, like other greenhouse gas emission avoidance and net carbon removals. Strongly advisable is the tab assumptions, which will help you actually describe the assumptions more clearly and will help evaluators. Then we have also tabs there on degree of innovation and scalability. Colleagues will touch upon that when they explain this award criteria. And the rest of the tabs are for guidance, like overview, the checklist, go through it. It's to help you fill in this calculation tool completely. And then the reference conversion factors and project conversion factors, they are also for guidance. My final slide is to point you to the need to actually submit a third-party verification of the greenhouse gas emission calculation. This verification shall be specific to the calculations submitted in this Excel sheet and has to follow the methodology which we have prescribed in Annex C. This can be done by companies and organizations that are already accredited verifiers. So that is a mandatory document and will help you actually present a good calculation of the greenhouse gas emission avoidance. So this is from my side on this criterion, and then we move to degree of innovation with Uwe.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. So the degree of innovation, the second award criteria, is divided in 2 sub-criteria. First, the innovation in relation to the state of the art, and secondly, the contribution to further EU policy objectives. So for the degree of innovation, first sub-criterion, the innovation compared to the state of the art. You see here we have the state-of-the-art definitions, can be a technological state-of-the-art or commercial state-of-the-art. So the first step would be clearly to understand and make understandable from your side what is the state-of-the-art in the moment for your technology or for your field of application. And then, in the second step, clearly explain in detail why your innovation goes beyond incremental innovation, and so what is really your specific part for being innovative here beyond the state of the art. And then, very important, the third step, to underline all of this with the key performance data, with evidence, with studies and other documentation that you might have to clearly explain and clearly demonstrate that your technology is going beyond that state of the art and to which level. And it might be helpful for you to have a look at the Annex D of the call text, where there are definitions and examples that can help you to define these award criteria. Coming to the second sub-criterion of the degree of innovation, the contribution to further EU policy objectives. And here the key question is how the project innovation will contribute to other policy objectives that are not directly linked to the greenhouse gas emissions savings, as we have seen them from Maria in the criterion 1. So these are energy efficiency, circular economy, and deployment of renewable electricity. The question here is, does your project apply these fields to the level of best practice, or do they even go beyond these best practices in the market? And to give you some examples for this increase of energy efficiency, of course, resource efficiency, reduction of water consumption, recovery of materials from waste, and of course using electricity from renewable energy origin. And also here, like in the first sub-criterion, it's important that you justify these points that you're addressing with quantitative indicators, so that it's really clear in which way and to which level you are contributing to these points. There is also an tab specifically for this in the Excel file for the greenhouse gas calculations. And also here, please check this and fill it out and be very precise where your information is coming from. And with this, I'm handing over to Gianluca for the project maturity.
Good morning, everybody. And so my name is Gianluca Tondi. I'm a team leader in Innovation Fund Unit of CINEA. And I will present the part on the criterion on project maturity in collaboration with my colleagues from the financial engineering team. And so this criterion, in this criterion, you should demonstrate that the proposed project is sufficiently mature from 3 different points of view: technical, financial, and operational point of view. I will present a part on technical and operational maturity, and Christophe will present a part on the financial maturity. So these are the 3 sub-criteria that I already mentioned. So the first one is the technical maturity. And here we have 2 key aspects to consider. So the technical feasibility to deliver the expected outcomes, and at the end, the expected greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. And the second one on the technology risks and associated mitigation measures. On the right side of the slide, you can see that the sections of the application form, part B, that are more relevant for this sub-criterion. There are 4.1, 4.4, that is the parts on risks, and then also 1.5, where you have to describe the technical characteristics and scope of the project. For this sub-criterion, the feasibility study is the most relevant document, and this is a mandatory annex. Also, if relevant, you can attach existing due diligence, technical due diligence reports, again, if relevant. And in the section 4.1, you should report the main outcomes, the main conclusions of this document. So for the first aspect, here you need to demonstrate that your project is ready, is ready from the technical point of view to deliver the expected outputs, for instance, in terms of volume of certain products. At the end, ultimately, is able to deliver the expected estimated greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. In particular, you should reply to the questions that are mentioned in the application form that are particularly important. Like, for instance, the first one is whether your proposed technologies have been already proven in a pilot scale demonstration, if the characteristics of the proposed plant are realistic, are in line with basic engineering principles. Then also you should present clearly the assumption that you used for the operational characteristics of the plant. So if these assumptions are credible, are they accurate enough, are they conservative enough, and also please also double check at the end that this assumption doesn't result in overestimation, underestimation of the estimated greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. Also make clear references to the feasibility study and other supporting documents. The second aspect is on technology risks and proposed mitigation measures. Here you should describe the key risks from the key technological risks that you identified. And so please make, you should be detailed on this. The risk should be specific to the technology, to the system you are proposing. And also the same, applies to the proposed risk mitigation measures. The mitigation measures should be specific, and you should, be convincing that they are suitable to mitigate the identified risks. So focus on major technical risks. You need to fill in the section 4.1, but then also you should summarize the identified risks in the risk matrix, so section 4.4 of the application form. Always support your analysis in the feasibility study, so you can add other details in the feasibility study, and also provide a risk heat map. A risk heat map is a kind of graphical representation of the risks identified for your project. In principle, there are different approaches. In principle, is a matrix or is a chart where you can represent the risks, and then you can identify them according to the likelihood they can occur, also the consequences of these risks, and and you can represent them by color. So this is quite useful instrument to have an immediate visualization of the most relevant risks. For the technical maturity, as I said before, the most relevant document, compulsory document, is the feasibility study. We don't have prescriptive template on this, but we ask you to include information that which are in line with the indicative table content that is mentioned in section 8 of the application form. So the second sub-criteria we present is on the operational maturity. This sub-criterion relates to the capacity of the proposed project to be successfully deployed in the time frame that has been proposed in the project itself. So experts will be asked to check 5 different aspects. I will go in more detail in the next slides. And in the application form, the relevant sections for this sub-criterion are section 4.3, of course, on operational maturity. Again, section 4.4 on the risk analysis. 4.5 is project diagram. And then the section 7 on the description of activities, work packages, milestones, deliverables, and so on. The relevant mandatory annex that is relevant for this sub-criterion is the project implementation plan. Also in this case, where relevant and if available, you can attach existing due diligence reports, and also again in the section 4.1 you should 4.3 sorry, you should report the main conclusions of these documents. Only one final comment on this one, for the ones that already submitted proposal in large scale for the 2020. In the 2020, there was also another aspect to be considered here in the operational maturity, and for the related to the strategy for the key construction and supply of take contracts. This time, this is considered under financial maturity, so in 2021. So just may pay attention to this. For the operational maturity, the first aspects to be considered is the project implementation plan. So you should here describe the implementation planning of your projects and you provide information like key milestones, deliverables, and as I said before, the work plan for the project, for all the different phases of the project, of your project. So from project development to construction to operation. As already said by Roman before, we have some kind of number of compulsory project milestones. This should be at least financial close, entry into operation, and then all the annual on the annual milestones related to the operation of the proposed system. Another recommendation, as already mentioned by Uwe and Roman, please also make sure that there is consistency between within the information provided in this section and also other, for instance, section 4.3, but also section 7 of the proposal, and also with the project implementation plan with the compulsory document that you need to attach. The second aspect here is on the project management team and the project organization. You should describe these two aspects. The first one, the project management team. So please explain, please provide information on the key qualifications and track record of the people, of the person that is involved in the project management team. You should be aware that you need to demonstrate that there will be sufficient coverage of all necessary skills from the technical, financial, and legal point of view. For instance, if you foresee to use additional resources, external resources, this should be justified also in the proposal. For the project organization, you should explain and provide information on the project management structures, on the responsibilities, on decision mechanism procedures, and also on aspects like quality management, health and safety, and so on. Also, please you should provide a project diagram with somehow visualizing the actors involved in the organization of the project. This is section 4.4. And also in this case, make a reference in this section to the project implementation, to the compulsory document, project implementation plan. The third aspect is on the plan for obtaining the required permits, IPR, or licenses and other regulatory procedures that are needed to implement the projects. So key aspects to be covered are a detailed analysis of the relevant regulatory framework, any intellectual property right or licenses, other relevant regulatory procedures, and also all the processes required for the permits, and in particular, all the permits related to environmental impacts. You should describe if you already obtained some of these permits. If for the permits not yet obtained, for instance, you should give a strategy on how you think you will achieve them, and also the timeline on the timeline when they will be obtained. Also, in this case, you should make a reference to the relevant parts of the project implementation plan. The third aspect is related to the strategy for ensuring public acceptance. You should provide in this section a detailed description of all the environmental impacts related to the whole life cycle of the project, so from the construction to the operation to the commissioning of the project itself. And also describe the corresponding mitigation measures. Then please explain the degree of public acceptance of the proposed technology and of the proposed project, and you should present a clear and specific strategy on how to ensure that how this public acceptance will be ensured. Similarly to the part on technical maturity, also in this case, you should identify the most important risks from the implementation point of view. So all the risks that could have an impact on the construction, project design, and the operation and the commissioning of the proposed systems. Also in this case, the risks should be sufficiently detailed, and also the mitigation measures should be specific to that risk, and also you should explain why you think they are suitable to mitigate certain risks. Similarly, you summarize the identifying risks in the risk matrix in section 4.4 of the application form. And also in case you should support your analysis in the project implementation plan, in particular providing relevant risk heat maps. So this is my last slide. So the project implementation plan is a mandatory annex, as we already said. Again, you should include information that are in line with the indicative table contents that we mentioned in section 8 of the application form. Thank you very much, and I will pass the floor to my colleague Christophe.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christophe de Hout. I work in the financial engineering team of CINEA. I'll give you a few words on the financial maturity. As Maria said, we want to select projects which will be implemented and which will contribute to the greenhouse gas reductions in Europe. Therefore, as Roman said also, we want to make sure that these projects will reach financial close and will have the financial means to be implemented. Therefore, our experts will look at 4 main points in the financial maturity. The description of the project business plan and its profitability. They will look at the soundness of the financing plan for the project. Third, they will look at the commitment of the project funders. And last but not least, at their understanding of the project business and financial risks. You will need to provide information in the application form part B, mainly for the financial maturity in the section 4.2. Also fill in the risks and mitigation measures in 4.4. We'll also need the part of the project diagram referring to the financing. And our experts will look at section 7 on the work package, the milestones, the deliverables. We also have some mandatory annexes, which are listed in section 8 of the application form. The main ones for us are, of course, the business plan, which will actually include all support letters and also the financial statements of the project shareholders. What we call the financial model summary sheet. Your own financial model, it's now compulsory. And also the audit statement, it's not there, but it's in the section 8, the audit statement on the relevant costs, which you will need to provide with your application. You can add any due diligence report which has been made on the business plan and potentially on the financing plan. But it's optional, it's not compulsory. So as I say, the experts will first focus on your description of your business model and how is this business model translated in your business plan. As Uwe said, we tend to put quality first instead of quantity. So as you may know, project business model can be described in a few sentences. We don't need hundreds of pages on that. And there is a limitation in the application form part B to 70 pages. So please focus there on a summary of all these main points. You have the business plan where you can actually expand on your business model, on the revenue assumptions, on the cost assumptions, and so on. You will need to describe them anyway in your application. So please make sure that all these assumptions on capital expenditures, costs, revenues, that everything is consistent and coherent throughout your application and in the different documents, including also, of course, the financial model and the financial model summary sheet. You will need to describe, we know, that these projects are different, advanced stages, the strategy to secure the main contracts with your off-takers, potential off-takers, if any, your key suppliers, construction contractors, but also potentially internal operating contracts, which are allowed, but for these, and for all the contracts, we will need full transparency on the details. If you have any letter of support, MOUs from these contractors, please also provide them. Last point on this is you will need to really justify the cost contingencies you include in your model, in your business plan, because our experts will check them and make sure that they're in line with market practice and with your sector. I insist here on one point, which is not mentioned. It's actually the scope of your business model and business plan. It should be really limited to the project. It's not we don't ask for the business model of the shareholder, of the group or the owner. We want the business model and the business plan of the project we finance. So the business plan is, of course, as I say, translated in the financial model. So make sure that the financial projections are actually robust and coherent. We will also need, actually, as I said, it's compulsory, the financial model summary sheet and your financial model. They should cover the whole project lifetime of your project and not be limited to, let's say, 10 years. As it's the reporting period, many made the mistake. You should actually also provide us exactly, the details of the computation of the project return and compare it to the weighted average cost of capital or the minimum hurdle rate you would expect for this project. We'll go further this afternoon when discussing the relevant cost on the WACC and what we actually mean by WACC. So please make sure that you mention correctly all the assumptions linked to the WACC in the application form and also in your business plan. The second point, as I said, is soundness of the financing plan. So we want to make sure that the project we select will reach financial close within 4 years after signing the grant agreement. So the experts will look clearly at the work packages, the milestones you actually intend to reach before financial close, the deliverables you will need to provide, which actually will give us an indication of how sure the project will be able to reach financial close and therefore has the means to be financed. Also having the permits, having all the approvals necessary. You also need to demonstrate the financial viability of the project. Are all the costs adequately covered during the construction and the operating period? If you also make the assumption that you would use external debt for the to finance your project, justify as much as possible the terms you use in your application. Provide evidence you may have from the banks which actually justify the conditions and the assumptions you use, and also check to what extent the level of debt is adequate with your cash flow generation and the stability of your cash flows, and therefore elaborate also on the contracting of the revenues. Please describe exactly how you intend to finance this project, so with a form of chart highlighting the main legal parties which are involved. This will give a lot more clarity to the experts to also assess the level of recourse or non-recourse on the debt. Make sure also that the grant disbursement is really in line with the call text, as has been emphasized by Roman again this morning. During the phase 2 financial close during the construction and during the operational period. The third point, the experts will check, of course, and mainly for weak projects, is the commitment of project funders. So please describe in your application what's exactly the state of play, what's the nature and the level of commitment of the project funders, of the shareholders, of the banks to finance your project. As I said, please provide any evidence or letter of support you may have, include them in the business plan. This is the place where you need to put them. If you intend to ask for additional grants, state aid, or from other programs, please elaborate on where you actually stand. If some of these aids have been actually awarded, please provide us also with this evidence. Don't just mention it in your application. Last but not least, as I said, business and financial risks. Provide a description of the main business and financial risks which are linked to the project. We know this is innovation, of course. There are risks involved, but also provide any contingency planning or contingency funding if some of the assumptions you use in your business plan and in your financial model do not materialize. The main issues I've listed here, which are common ones. And please fill the risk matrix in the section 4.4 in a very thorough and clear way. I think I will now give back the floor to Uwe for some words on scalability.
Yeah, thank you, Christoph. So the award criteria scalability. As in the last large-scale call, the scalability was divided in 3 sub-criterion. For this time, we have them all in one criteria, so there's not divided anymore in sub-criteria. Nevertheless, the points to address are more or less the same, so please address them carefully. We have the 3 different questions for scalability for you. This is first the scalability on the level of the project and the regional economy. Here the question is there a possibility for the technology to have a further expansion at the project site or other sites related? And the question, of course, how is the impact to the regional economy, including sector coupling and especially cooperation with other regional actors, other players in the area, the impact on jobs. And important point here is also the knowledge sharing plan and all the activities planned that you are planning to promote the results. And by this maximizing the impact of your technology. On the knowledge sharing, I will have some more slides to come. Then the second part is the sector impact. So here the point is on to which extent you can apply these technologies to the other players in the sector. So can it be spread over the sector? And out of this, what kind of cost reductions are expected? And due to the expansion over the sector, there might be resource constraints, limited material, whatever it might be. And the question here is how could that be overcome or could that be avoided? The third question then is the economy-wide scalability. And here we're looking beyond your sector. Here we're looking to the economy itself. Can this technology be transferred to other sectors, to other fields? And by this, can it create new value chains or maybe reinforce existing ones? And can it contribute to strategic autonomy in some supply chains? all over the economy. What you need to think here is not only as its scalability is beyond your project, after your project is already implemented and operational, the question of short and medium, but also of long-term impacts. Please note that you also have a separate tab in the greenhouse gas calculations for underlining these points that you are developing here. I now want to come to the knowledge sharing plan, as I showed before, that is part of the scalability. What are the goals here? Yeah, the de-risking of the innovative low-carbon technologies that can be having a wide-scale commercialization, an acceleration of the deployment of these technologies, to make these technologies aware to a wider public, and to maintain maintenance of competitive market for post-demonstration deployment of the technology. So what can happen afterwards? What are the activities? From your side, you will have to prepare the knowledge sharing plan, knowledge sharing reporting. You have your own knowledge sharing activities that you are planning with the project. And of course, proactive communication, regular interaction with the public. From our side, we're adding on with the informations, promotion actions, other communications, and we will organize specific seminars, workshops, and so on to facilitate this exchange of experiences that you are gathering, that you are reporting, to have an exchange of the knowledge, the best practices, and yeah, to make sure that the implementation of these projects can have an impact and the information can be spread to other players as well. What does it mean in practice? The knowledge sharing is an obligational part of your project, but of course there is no obligation from your side to disclose any company secrets, where there might be the risk of reverse engineering. Others might have the ability out of this to obtain patents and so on. This is not necessary from your side to disclose. But of course, please provide as much as you can in order to really get the most out of the project, out of the technology, to have the possibility to spread the information as much as possible. The knowledge sharing itself will start right after the grant signature, and it includes mainly the periods until financial close and until the entry into operation. Have a look at the templates, and yeah, if you can do more than just the minimum obligations, just to help having here a scalability effect as well. So the knowledge sharing plan that you have to prepare will set the objectives. It will have key messages. You have to include target audiences, the way how you want to distribute the information, and must include relevant indicators for monitoring, so that it's also possible to follow up and to have an overview of what you're doing. And with this, I'm going to. You want to do it? I can do it. Yeah, just have. Oh, okay. Then okay. Christoph with the cost efficiency.
Thanks, Rui. It's me again. The cost efficiency, the last criteria, quite simple. Only one slide, so we'll be on time with that. So the cost efficiency is the ratio between the grant amount and the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance. So as we said this morning, the grant amount will be maximum 60% of the total relevant costs. So you will need to fill the section 6 of the application form part B and the relevant cost template to come to the conclusion of the relevant cost amount and therefore the grant amount. One important point I forgot to make during my presentation is that it's quite useful that you make the links, direct links between the financial model you have, the financial model summary sheet, and the relevant cost template, so that it ensures, of course, the coherence. You could introduce the figures manually, but if you make the link directly between the three Excel sheets and Excel files, it will, of course, help directly to see that all the figures are completely coherent. One last point on this one is that, well, you can apply to up to 60% of the relevant cost. You're not obliged to. You can actually choose to apply for a lower amount, which means that therefore this ratio will be, of course, lower. And actually your application can be more competitive by doing that. But please make sure that you fill in correctly this section, because we've sometimes seen mistakes by a factor of 1,000. Fortunately, only one, but pay attention to that. So I think we are done with the criteria. I'll now give the floor to Mark, who will be the master of ceremony for the Q&A.
Thank you, Christophe. And this was a... Thank you, Christophe. And that was indeed a lot of information to digest. And indeed, we have a lot of questions also. The way we will organize the questions is that we will group them in the order of the presentations that have been made. So first, I would like to invite Laura to, so that we can have start with the questions in relation to her presentation. And the first question is, Laura, please. So the first question is, in case of reapplying of large-scale projects on this call, due to not being retained in the first large-scale call, is it required to create a new ID for applying?
If by new ID you refer to a PIC, so what is the identification of the applicant, that it is not needed. Once you have created once an application and you have been identified as an applicant in the funding and tenders portal, then this is a unique code for you as an applicant for whichever call you may apply in the future. If you refer to whether you have to submit a full new application, the answer is yes. You have to start from scratch and submit a full new application with the application forms and with the documents that are now available through the portal.
Thank you, Laura. And then we have another question, and somebody asked if you can indicate the last 2 financial years for which relevant documents must be submitted. Is it 2020 and 2019, or is it 2020 and 2021?
Here I think this question might refer to the financial capacity of the applicants and the requirements about financial capacity of the applicants.
Indeed.
Okay, then in that case, you should not be worried about it at this stage, because this is something different than the financial maturity aspects that have been presented by Christophe before. The financial capacity of the applicants will only be checked for those applicants which will actually be invited to prepare a grant agreement, and those documents will be specifically requested during the grant agreement preparation. So you don't need to submit them as part of the application.
Thank you. And then we have a further question. Does an SPV need to be started before the 3rd of March, or can it be described in the consortium agreement and contract? When will be the start date? That's
No, so again, an SPV, so it is clear for everybody, special purpose vehicle, so you may create a legal entity for the purpose of the project. This entity might not yet exist by the time when you are submitting an application. So if the entity doesn't exist, of course, it cannot apply. So in that case, what we would ask you is to submit the application as a consortium with all the entities that would create this SPV, and would the proposal be recommended for funding at a later stage during grant agreement preparation, or even when the grant is being implemented. It is possible that the beneficiary at some point becomes the SPV rather than the consortium that initially submitted the application. But in any case, explain in the application with as much detail as possible how do you intend to create this SPV and when it is expected to be operational.
Thank you, Laura. Very clear. Then the next question, or I think we now start with a new set of questions, and it will be Maria who will answer the questions. Please, Maria. So the first question is, why are carbon and capture storage projects competing in the same sector of energy-intensive industries?
Well, thank you for the question. This is related to the streamlining of sector classification, which we have done. Previously, we had a sector called CO2 transport and storage, which was aiming only at projects that do transport and storage of CO2 for geological storage. However, this sector was misunderstood by many applicants, and they applied various applicants which were applying CO2 capture on energy-intensive industry sectors were applying there, which was not correct. So we have reconsidered entirely the approach with regards to CCS. Because CCS is a technological pathway that is able to reduce emissions, but what we are looking at the end of the day is clean products. So be it steel or cement, for us, it doesn't necessarily matter what the technological pathway is. What matters for us is that we have low carbon steel or low carbon cement or chemicals. This is why in this call, CCS projects will have to select a sector from energy-intensive industry category, depending on where they're capturing the CO2 from. So if it is an industrial installation, they will have to choose an industrial sector. There are a few specific cases which are explained in the Annex E now, and these concern, for example, direct air capture. These types of projects will have to select other, again, in energy-intensive industries.
Thank you, Maria. Very clear. Now, another question. If a project mixes different energy activities, like hydrogen or CCS, the applicant must fill in the greenhouse gas emission Excel sheet for each activity and to present the total value? Question mark.
Well, with the risk that I misunderstand a little bit the question, I will provide a more general answer. We are actually describing the cases of where projects actually using different technological pathways in one project as hybrid projects, and in the session at 3 o'clock we will actually give examples of hybrid projects, so how to combine calculations in case the technological pathways fall in the descriptions of the different sections of the greenhouse gas methodology. But in practice, yes, it will be in the Excel sheet presented. You can present in separate tabs, but then combine the calculations. But please follow us in the afternoon for that.
And if you would have further questions on refinement, please remember that you can always go to the help desk and there ask a more precise way specific aspects of your question. Now the next question, greenhouse gas avoidance and reference scenario. When to start the calculations, at financial close or at the start of project preparation?
Well, always there could be some emissions in the preparation of the project. You are expected to start the calculation at the entry of operation of the project. So that's kind of simple.
Thank you. Then a further question. What is the process emissions of the project referring to? Can you provide an example?
Well, process emissions are the emissions which are associated with the project activity, and process emissions would be part of those emissions in the case of energy-intensive industries. Again, I have to say, please follow the afternoon session where we will provide examples and explain this better, but also on the funding and tenders portal, they are example calculations, so please look at them as well.
So you will see many examples on that this afternoon and also in the documentation. Then I would like to thank you, Maria, for answering the question on greenhouse gas emissions. And I would like to invite Uwe for answering a number of questions in relation to the degree of innovation. And the first question, Uwe, is it possible to apply with the solution which is already on the market, but not offered on a large scale?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, you can apply as long as there is an innovation involved, and especially whenever the upscaling of your solution, of your technology, includes challenges related to this upscaling, but very much clearly explain what are these challenges and where is the innovation related to the small application or to the limited size that is already on the market.
Thank you, Uwe. A further question is the following. Power sourcing should be from RES compliant with RED 2, which is still under discussion for the criteria of additionality, temporality, and location. Can you explain that? If the question is not clear, we can take it in the framework of the of a later session, and if we cannot come back to it, we will I invite the person asking the question to submit it to the help desk, allowing us to give a bit more time to reflect on it. And the next question, is it possible to better specify incremental innovation does not imply substantially new knowledge or technology? Can you specify that statement?
Yeah, so incremental innovation is, of course, as the word says, not too much beyond what is already already there. But as I said before, the innovation could be related also to upscaling, to combination of technologies already in the market, which is where the combination of the technologies is a challenge by itself. So I think that might answer the question that new knowledge or technology also could mean upscaling or combination of other technologies. And of course, we are looking for technologies that are going substantially beyond the state of the art, and therefore, if the challenges involved are only very small or, as the word says, incremental, then this is not really what we are looking for at this call.
Thank you, Uwe. So the Innovation Fund covers real innovative projects, if I understand well. Yes. So the next question is, can you clarify how innovative technologies can also be mature? And can you give examples?
Yeah, and here I'm coming back to what I explained before. You have to substantiate your innovation. You have to substantiate your upscaling, your deployment of the technology with the results that you have already achieved from pilot scale plans, from test applications, from your activities that you have done until now. So, and that shows the maturity of your technology. It's just the question of the last step to come to the market. And that's why the Innovation Fund aims at these technologies that are mature, that they are available, they are possible to get to the market, and just the last step in the financing is missing. So that should explain the maturity.
Thank you, Uwe. And so that is, I would say, the last question in relation to innovation. And I would like to invite now Gianluca for the next series of questions in relation to project maturity. Gianluca, please. So Gianluca, the first question is, how can you substantiate technical maturity when pilot demonstrations are not applicable for the project?
Okay, so thanks, Mark, for the question. So, as I said also before during the presentation, usually projects should have been already demonstrated, has been already proven in a pilot or demonstration scale. So, because as we highlighted many times, we really need to be sure that they are able to deliver the expected greenhouse gas emissions. So this is in most of the cases we expect this, that are already proven, demonstrated. We also, it's possible in any case, in some specific cases, for instance, for project addressing business innovation, to have also projects addressing smaller demonstration or pilot plants. This is possible. This is also mentioned in Annex D to the call text, where there are some, also some examples of this possible, also some reference to the smaller demonstration, smaller pilots demonstration projects. What is important, I think, also in this case, you need, in any case, you need to demonstrate that the greenhouse gas emission savings will be delivered. Regardless, let's say, the fact that this is a smaller pilot or a demonstration scale.
Thank you, Gianluca. And the next question we have is, can we apply with a technology which is currently at technology readiness level 6 and is planned to achieve TRL 8-9 in the third quarter of 2022?
Okay, so this is, as mentioned also this morning by previous speakers, Innovation Fund is looking for first-of-kind commercialization projects or large-scale commercial size demonstrations. And we want to have important, significant impacts in terms of greenhouse gas emission savings. In the call text, we don't have a specific requirement on TRL, on starting TRL, for instance, and like, for instance, in other programs. However, what is important, I think, is that you need to demonstrate in your proposal that the technology that you propose is, in any case, is ready, is technologically ready, and sufficiently mature to deliver the expected greenhouse gas emissions, as I mentioned before in my presentation. So, there is no specific requirements again. So it's not really a key point if the TRL is too low, is too high. It's the most important thing is that the project will deliver the expected greenhouse gas emissions savings.
Thank you. And the next question, is it possible to apply if the site is not yet confirmed? For instance, if there are 3 alternative sites, out of which one will be selected before financial close, so after the start of the project.
Yeah, it's possible to apply even if the site is not yet confirmed. So in principle, this is possible. Of course, in the proposals, you need to prove, you need to provide evidence that, I mean, there will be, there is a strategy behind that will not be an issue in terms of problems in the availability of the site, and probably it would be also good to address this point in the risk analysis in case, for instance, what happens if the site is not at the end is not available.
Thank you. And a further question: is there a maximum time allowed between financial close and on the one hand and entry into operation on the other hand?
Yeah. So as the only requirement we have is the ones mentioned by Christophe on the 4 years before financial close. For the timing between the financial close and entry into operation, we don't have a specific requirement in the cool text. However, of course, I mean, as you know, we need to act quite urgently. We need to have impacts. We need to have delivery of greenhouse gas emissions savings, as this is quite urgent. So the shortest, the better, I would say. And of course, the timing between the financial close and entry into operation should be consistent with the specific technologies you are proposing, and it should be coherent, let's say, with the normal practices for that specific technology. But I mean, the shortest, the better, I would say.
Thank you. Then a further question referring to page 11, section 6.2, operational capacities. Now, CVs and specific bullet points 1, 2, 3 are required from only main partners or also from the main contractors of the project?
So 6.2 is the operational capacity of the applicant. So in this section, and also in the compulsory document, you need to provide the information, CVs, other information related to the applicants, to the beneficiaries, to the ones that are really applying and asking for budget in the proposal. Concerning contractors or subcontractors, I think the best place where to prove the capacity of these entities is the part on the financial maturity. As Christophe said, I mean, we need to demonstrate that when you have key suppliers, key contractors, off-takers, you need to demonstrate also their capacity. So I think the best place is the under financial maturity when you have key contractors for which you need to demonstrate the capacity.
Thank you. So this closes the series of questions in relation to maturity. Thank you very much, Gianluca. And now we move to questions in relation to financial maturity. And Christophe, you're the man to respond to these questions.
Yes, thank you.
The first question is, in which supporting document are possible letters of support or letters of intent supposed to be included?
Well, as I said during my presentation, these documents need to be added to the business plan as part of the mandatory documents.
Very clear, very short. A further question: a startup or newly established company may apply for financing if it is supported by the mother company?
Well, yes, indeed. I mean, the higher the support of the mother company, the better, of course. It will be in the assessment of the financial capacity of this newly established company to implement the project.
Thank you. Then another question: is financial profitability expected from the project?
And that's the good one. Actually, what's important for the Innovation Fund is to see the impact of the grant on the project's profitability. So, of course, if allocating or selecting this project and giving the grant allows for higher level of profitability. I mean, potentially it actually allows, the shareholders to get a higher return, and then the higher the probability that this project will be implemented because it's financially interesting. But there are no clear requirement in terms of profitability in the regulation of the Innovation Fund.
Thank you, that's clear. The next question, with respect to the provided financial model template, is it understood correctly that the submission of the entire financial model is not required?
Well, as I said also during my presentation, in this new call, the financial model of the applicant is a compulsory element of the application. So not only do the applicants, must they actually fill in the financial model summary sheet we have provided, but they must also provide, it's compulsory, their own financial model, so that if we have questions or if we have doubts on some lines in the financial model summary sheet, we can dig directly, or the experts can dig directly into the financial model and get all the details of the assumptions which have been taken and check the robustness of the statements and the projections.
Indeed, Christophe, you mentioned this, and it also has to be provided in Excel format.
Indeed, absolutely. Way better than PDF.
Okay. Then a further question. No, that's...
Is it done? Okay.
That's the last question of this group. Thank you very much, Christophe. And then we come back to Uwe for questions on scalability. Uwe. So the first question is, how are the greenhouse gas avoidance calculations from the scalability tab incorporated in the greenhouse gas avoidance ranking?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's maybe good to have a clarification here. This tab in the greenhouse gas calculation sheet is just there because it's a good place to put it. It's not connected to the criterion 1, is not connected to the greenhouse gas calculations in any case, and it of course doesn't get anywhere into, interferes anywhere with the greenhouse gas avoidance ranking. This is simply there to provide you the space to explain and show by calculations the effect that any scalability of your technology will have in the future beyond the project in respect to greenhouse gas avoidance once this is rolled out.
Thank you. Then the next question, how are the greenhouse gas, excuse me, it's the same. So next question, really now the next one. For knowledge sharing component, is it acceptable only the Excel format, or must there also be a narrative description attached?
So for the knowledge sharing itself, there is the template that you have to use. Any other narrative you can integrate into the Form B whenever you're at the scalability criterion.
Thank you. So there were only 2 questions for you this time. And now I invite again Christophe, because there was also a last slide on cost efficiency, on which we also have at least 1 question.
Thanks,
I understand it's only 1 question, which is, are there changes to the first large-scale, in comparison to the first large-scale call, when it comes to accumulating funds with, for instance, national state aid? And then the Julian specifically refers to page 19, second bullet of the call document.
It's an interesting reference. As for the previous calls, of course, we encourage, applicants to apply and look for additional state aid as long as they don't infringe with the accumulation rules. And certainly for the selected files, we'll ask for certificate from the state agency providing this additional aid, that this aid is actually can be accumulated with the innovation fund. Now, for the computation of the cost efficiency, clearly, I mean, as I said, the formula is this one, as the grant divided by the greenhouse gas emissions. So I think the second bullet point refers to direct state aid. But for the sake of the cost efficiency ratio, I mean, we take the grant as such.
Thank you very much. And that closes then this question and answer session. And I pass the floor now back to Roman for the closing words for this morning.
Thank you very much, Mark and colleagues, for a very dense session with a lot of information, a lot of answers, a lot of questions. And I hope this was useful for all of you. Again, just to remind you, the whole day is recorded, so you'll be able to review the slides and review the discussions later on. We will show you later on the screen at which site the recording will be done, so you can see it already now. The answers to your questions, we are already trying to answer them in Slido, and they will be available. Just a reminder, if you have project-specific questions, really technical, related to greenhouse gas emissions, related to financing, related to eligibility, don't hesitate to use the help desk, because this is the dedicated space where we are trying to address those questions. As well, the final reminder, at the end of today, you will see the link for the Slido feedback form. It's very important for us to receive your feedback about this session so that we can improve it in the future. So please fill it in before you leave the event. Okay, I think that's it for the morning. You can find all the information at these links, as mentioned. And we shall now break for a lunch. Thank you all for participation. Again, I hope this was useful. This was practical for you to be able to take it further from this session. If not, review it. And now we break for lunch. Bon appétit. And very happy to meet you again at 2 p.m. Sharp. Again, in this session to follow up with the two dedicated parts related to greenhouse gas emissions and relevant cost methodologies. Bon appétit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all back. Welcome to our info day regarding the Innovation Fund large-scale call projects, the call that we opened on the 26th of October, and we are holding this day to give you as much information as possible about this call, about the conditions, about the requirements that you need to fulfill to apply for funding from the Innovation Fund. This call will have a budget of 1.5 billion euros, and as said in the previous presentations, we are covering quite a wide range of sectors and countries. In the morning, we have been looking into the overall setup and details on the 5 award criteria that we have under the Innovation Fund. Now we will go into 2 detailed sessions, very important sessions related to methodologies on how do you calculate your relevant costs, which are the costs of which 60% the Innovation Fund can cover, up to 60%. And the second session, after the Q&A, we will be looking into the greenhouse gas emissions calculation methodologies. Again, how do you calculate your avoidance? How do you address different questions that we already saw in Slido? So you will have really an opportunity to see these on slides in the presentations and explained by our speakers. So without further ado, maybe before we start, just a reminder, put please any questions and comments on Slido. Use the code #InnovationFund large-scale call 2021. And again, as we did in the morning, we will try to collect the most apparent, most interesting questions, and during the Q&A session, they will be asked by our moderator to the speakers. Again, after the session, don't please forget to fill in our Slido feedback form. You will see also this session recorded on the CINEA website, and we will show you also the link at which you will be able to review these sessions after it is concluded. Okay, so let's move on to our afternoon sessions. So first we start with the relevant costs, cost efficiency, and the methodologies behind. How do you calculate them? How do you address several issues related to profitability, related to your costs? And then we will have a Q&A session, again moderated by Mark, followed by a session on greenhouse gas emissions avoidance methodology, led by Maria, and again moderated by Mark. And then we will conclude with few next steps, I hope, sharp at 5 o'clock p.m. So without further ado, I will invite now Christophe de Hout, who is a Senior Financial Engineering Manager. I hope I spelled it right. He is a part of the Innovation Fund team at CINEA, and he will walk you through the relevant costs. Christophe.
Thank you, Roman. Good afternoon, everyone. We have the daunting task, myself and my colleague Alexandre, to keep you awake after the lunch with a buoyant presentation around the relevant costs, which, as I said this morning, is actually the basis for the computation of the grant amount you will apply for. So understanding the methodologies and understanding the way to compute these relevant costs is of prime importance for you. So please make sure that you read correctly, that you understand correctly how the methodology works. There have been very few changes compared to what we had in the previous call. So nothing completely new for the ones who are already quite familiar with it. I will make a brief introduction, walk you through the 3 main methodologies, then Alexandre will go deeper into these methodologies, in the formulas, in the way the relevant costs are computed for each of them. In this first slide, I will not read the definition, which comes from the regulation, but in a nutshell, the relevant costs are the difference between the costs linked to the new technology, the best estimate of the capital expenditure, the NPV of the net present value of the OPEX, of the operating costs, and the operational benefits for the new technology for the first 10 years after the operation compared to the same elements for a conventional production for the same plant, the same project with the same capacity. 4 main elements on which we will also come back maybe later. First of all, the capital expenditures, which are the construction costs, the site infrastructure costs, development costs, what we usually mean by CapEx for projects. I insist on the fact that the glossary states that these are the CapEx of the beneficiaries within the scope of the project. Same for the operational expenditures, which are the operational and maintenance costs. We have clarified that compared to the previous version. They might include the decommissioning cost if these happen within the first 10 years, not later. Just one element, do not include depreciation into these costs. Otherwise you would count twice the capital expenditure. The third elements are what we call the operational benefits. As a general rule, these are the revenues coming from the sale of free EU ETS allowances, any preferential tariff or feed-in premium. And the fourth element on which Alexandre will come back in more details later is the discount rate you would use to compute the net present value of the OPEX and the operational benefits, which is the weighted average cost of the project. Which methodology should you use? You should only use one of these. They are subdivided into actually 3 main methodologies. The first one, on which I will come back later, and Alexandre too, is what we call the levelized cost, which actually can be used for energy, for product, or for storage. The second one is the reference plan. So in the absence of any reference price in the first one, this is the fallback option. You can choose to compute the relevant cost. So when you have market prices which cannot be easily established, or you don't have any substitute product, to really have a reference price to use in the first one. And the very last one is the no reference scenario, which is the last resort option. It's only used in exceptional cases when you have absolutely no reference product or convention technology available. Actually, based on the first calls, very few applicants used the last two. Most of the applicants used the levelized costs methodologies. So as I say, this is the default methodology, the first one and the most used. If you have an identifiable final product, or you have a product reference price, which does exist, compared to which you can actually compute and compare your levelized unit cost. So you first need to compute the levelized unit cost of the new product using the new technology for the full project lifetime. The financing costs are included actually within the WACC, so you don't, as Alexandre will explain, you don't add them to the OPEX for the NPV. This methodology is, I would say, the most suitable for different kind of sectors, mainly energy or electricity generation, which will lead to the LCOE for product manufacturer, from energy intensive industries, which will be the 1B, which will be explained later. For the manufacture of innovative renewable or storage technology components, and last but not least, for electricity storage. As I said, if you don't use this default methodology, you then fall on what we call a fallback methodology, which is the reference plant methodology. The general principle is that you have the existence of a reference plan stemming from the ETS benchmark installation for industrial projects of fossil fuel equivalent. And you need to have also reliable cost data for this reference plan. So based on the CapEx, the OPEX, and the operational benefits and revenues from your new technology, you will compare these to the best estimate for the same parameters for the reference plant, which will use conventional technology. The revenues here in this definition are actually any kind of revenue except the operational benefits. I mean, otherwise you would actually cover both, or you risk some double counting. Please make sure that you get all the revenues in this methodology. This methodology is quite suitable for projects where market prices cannot easily be established or found, or if you don't have any substitute product, and if you have internal cost data which can deliver more reliable results. If this methodology does not apply, then you come to the last resort methodology, which is the no reference plant. So you don't have any reference at all. You have no comparable conventional reference plant. You have no reference product. In this case, you will take the total of the best estimate of the CAPEX, an NPV of OPEX, operational benefits, and revenues. As I say, this is the last resort. Very few of the applicants have used it in the previous calls. But please, again, make sure that you really understand, that you follow correctly the methodology when you fill in the relevant cost templates. There are different elements to be filled. These reference cost templates are easy to use. I think Alexandre will walk through one example. So again, if you have any questions on that, feel free to ask them, and we will answer to help you at the best possible to fill in correctly your application. Alexandre?
Thank you, Christophe, and good afternoon, all. I will continue and walk you through the different methodologies. Before going into each of them, it is good to review all the general assumptions that you need to take into account when you fill these methodologies. One first important point is the carbon price. So this is relevant when you expect to sell. So in your sector, when you expect to sell free emission allowances, you expect to get revenues from that. So you should take into account the amount of allowances that you can expect over time, and also take a carbon price into account. The instruction we give is that you take the average carbon price over the last 2 years, which, as we stated in the Annex B, is 34 euro per ton. However, you are allowed to take other assumptions with respect to future carbon prices in case in your financial projections you have taken different prices into account. It is important that you make sure that the assumptions in your financial projections are consistent with the calculation of relevant costs. With regards to OPEX inflation, there in Annex B, we also provided a table where you can see the historic inflation rates across member states. But again, if in your financial projections you make different assumptions, then please make sure that you consistently apply the OPEX with what in your financial model with what you apply in the relevant cost calculation. So these are the two important elements. As Christophe mentioned for the evaluation of financial maturity, contingencies are allowed, so for CAPEX and OPEX, but we need to make sure that you provide good feedback as to why you select certain levels. For example, based on values which are taken in general in the sector, or based on experience that you have with other projects. So that's also an element, contingencies that you need to explain well. There are certain costs which are not eligible for relevant costs. For example, do not take a terminal value in your calculation. So we only consider for relevant cost the value estimated over the useful life of the asset. Do not take into account the stranded costs which are incurred to replace existing infrastructure on the project. And this is to ensure a level playing field between brownfield and greenfield projects. With regards to the commissioning costs, you are allowed to take them into account, provided that they are incurred within the first 10 years of operation. So now we'll now move to the different methodologies. I start with the levelized cost of energy. So for this methodology, what is important is that for levelized cost, you analyze the levelized cost for the production of 1 unit, and you compare that with a reference price. For the reference price, what we give as instruction is that you take the average value, historic value of the past 2 years of the market price. So in this case, with regards to energy, that will likely be the power price in the market of your project. And so basically, the levelized cost is based on this difference between the levelized cost and the reference price. With regards to the levelized cost of product, in this case, the same principle will apply. And with respect to the reference price, what you will take there is the market price of a comparable product to your project. Again, as instruction, we give as guidance that you take as default the average value of the market price over the past 2 years. But obviously, if that does not well reflect the future prices, you may also adopt another price if you provide a good justification for that. Now, the third methodology, it's on storage. And this is important. It only applies if your project is a standalone storage project. So in case that your project will combine storage with an existing manufacturing facility, it is likely that the levelized cost of product will be the best approach to take. So if a project is a standalone project, storage project, in that case, for this methodology, you need to think about all the application that your storage facility will provide. So application will depend on a certain type of service which you provide. It will depend on a certain response time, on a certain dispatch duration, and also on the storage level capacity. So with all these elements, you need to establish first what is going to be the operation cost for each application. And then for the reference price, to set the difference, you need there will not be a single market price for the storage facility. So you need also to look at each application, estimate a potential revenue that you can extract based on utilization availability of the storage, and also take into account the volumes that will be discharged for each storage. And based on that, you can estimate an aggregate reference price based on the aggregate revenues and the aggregate volumes. And with that, you can apply the same methodology approach as for a levelized cost of energy and product, difference between levelized cost for 1 unit to the amount of volume, and you take difference with the reference price. Once you have done that, you need to make an adjustment, because with the levelized cost methodology, and take into account that the Innovation Fund regulation prescribes that only the first 10 years of operation can be supported. So we need to make an adjustment to take out the share of operational costs which are incurred after 10 years of operation. But I will go through that when I go over the calculation. I will go over an example to show you how this works. Now, after the levelized cost, I'm moving now to the other fallback methodology, so the reference plant. So in that case, the approach is to take the capex of the project. You take into account the OPEX that you discount. You take into account the operational benefits, which are also discounted, and the revenues. And so with that, you take this amount for the project. You take this amount for the reference plant. And this is how you get, you only take the first 10 years of operation, and by taking the discounted elements of these two elements, you get to the relevant cost calculation. What is important, again, is that you only take the first 10 years of operation. With respect to the reference plant, what do we mean by that? So it's an installation which emits the level of the ETS benchmarks. It's an installation, so that is a state-of-the-art installation in your sector, and also it produces the same or comparable product to your project, and it's located in the same member states, or if not possible, within Europe. Now, the final methodology is the no reference plan, and here the same principle apply as for the reference plan, except that you do not have a reference scenario. So it's the same formula without a reference scenario. So over the next slide, I will run through an illustrative example to just show you the different steps of the calculation. In practice, what you have to do is to fill an Excel template, which you can download on the funding and tenders portal, and you can fill the elements to derive the calculation. In this example, what you need to establish is for your project the CAPEX, the OPEX, the reference price. Then you also have to look if you are in a sector with free emission allowances, you need to establish the carbon price, the number of allowances that you can sell. And also another element is to take into account potential maintenance CAPEX that you need over time. So these are expenses that you need to replace crucial equipment such that you can keep the operation of your project in line with its current level of operation over time. So here in this example, we have not assumed maintenance CAPEX, but that could be an important element to take into account there. So maintenance CAPEX will be discounted according to the methodology. Once you have that, you also need to establish the volume over time, and you will have to discount by a certain rate, which is the weighted average cost of capital, the WACC. I will go over in a few slides on giving a few remarks on that, on how to calculate it. But the idea is to discount the OPEX and the production volume with this discount rate. Once you get there, you obtain the levelized cost by dividing the discounted cost over the discounted production. So with that, you obtain a levelized cost for the product, and you need to take the difference, as I mentioned earlier, with the reference price. And so, but also, an important element I want to stress is that you may need to make another adjustment, and that is if you expect your project to sell a product at a price premium, because the product that you have produced has some green properties, and customers are prepared to accept and pay a higher price for it. So in this case, you need to make an adjustment because this will reduce the relevant cost and so the grant amount that you can claim for it. So in this example, we took a price premium of 10 euro per ton. So this is going to reduce the cost line of your project. So it's going to reduce the relevant cost. So taking this difference, you obtain in this example a amount of 5.59 euro per ton. And then you multiply with the discounted volume of production. And so you're almost there with the relevant cost, but you need to make the final step, which is to adjust for the OPEX, which is the share of OPEX beyond the 10 years of operation, because this OPEX is not eligible for support. And by doing that, you obtain the relevant cost amount, in this case, 3.8 million euro. And the Innovation Fund grant can only be maximum 60% of this relevant cost amount. So in this case, 2.3 million euro. So I've gone through all the steps. Obviously, these steps are part of the template which you need to fill, but it's just to go over so that you can understand the different elements of the calculation. Now, before I close the session, a final word on the weighted average cost of capital. It's an important element because the WACC is first an element on the financial maturity to assess the financial viability of your project, but it's also an important element of the calculation of relevant costs, as you have seen earlier. So for that, the key instruction is that you use a project WACC, which reflects the risks of the project. So and the principle for that is that we want to ensure a level playing field across applicants, and basically to ensure that it reflects the risk. We understand that innovative projects tend to be more risky than conventional technologies, so they may demand a higher risk and they may demand a higher WACC. So it is important to take that into account. You would expect also investors to demand higher returns in case there is more risks in the project. So how do you take that into account, this what we call innovation premium? This will be reflected in the cost of equity, which is based on the capital asset pricing model. Therefore, the calculation, you can find guidance in the Annex B, where you can, for instance, in the appendix of Annex B, find levels of beta for the project, which is an element of the cost of equity. But note that these betas are based on conventional technologies. So if your project has a higher risk because of the innovation component, you may need to add an innovation premium to that, and so increase the cost of equity. In the Annex B, we give as instruction a level of 3%. So that's the default value, which is for transparency between applicants. But you are allowed to take another level, but you will need to justify that, because if you come with a low WACC and your project entails high risk, it is likely that you might be challenged by evaluators. Now, maybe a final word on the cost of debt. From the experience that we have seen, the cost of debt will be a base rate and a credit spread. For the base rate, make sure that it is, so if your project intends to raise debt, make sure that it is consistent with the debt tenor that you intend to raise, and also be mindful that typically lending institutions will not accept a negative base rate, so they will introduce zero floor conditions in credit documentation. So be mindful of that when you compute the cost of debt. And with that, this closes my presentation. And thank you very much for your attention, and we'll take questions. To give an answer, it depends. Because if the personnel costs are linked with the development of the project, in that case, if you really give evidence of that, then they can be included. They will be part of development costs. However, if the personnel will be engaged in activities such as marketing or advertising, in that case, they will not be eligible. So what I give as guidance is to please refer to the Annex B in the glossary, and you will see more details about which elements are eligible or not. But so the answer here is it depends.
So then we have a second question. Is an audit statement on the relevant costs mandatory? And if so, what are the requirements?
Yes, indeed. So as part of the application, you will need to submit a statement from an auditor. When we say auditor, it should be a party which is external, and it is in terms of the scope, it would be much like a project finance audit. So what we ask is that there are three elements in the audit. First, the auditor will need to verify that the relevant cost calculation complies with the methodology of the Innovation Fund. Two, you will need to verify that the assumptions used for the relevance calculation are consistent with what you have in your financial model, for your financial projections in your business plan. So this is important. And finally, we ask also the auditor to check that the assumptions that you have for your CAPEX and OPEX are consistent with the quotes or evidence that you have from your suppliers or other project parties, that they are in line. So that's a bit the scope. There will be, at the end of the construction period, you will also need to submit an audit statement to verify the correctness of the relevant cost. So it could well be that there is a difference between the relevant costs at the moment you check at the end of construction between that moment and the moment that you applied. So potentially this could lead to a revision of the grant amount. If there is an increase in relevant cost, this will not increase the grant amount, but potentially if there is a reduction, so the costs are lower than they were expected, there could potentially be a reduction. So the audit statement are quite an important element.
Thank you. And then a further question, which WACC to use, nominal or real, including inflation with the Fisher equation? Does this ring a bell to you, the Fisher equation?
That's a very long time ago from my university days. I say this, look, for the WACC in the calculation, you take into account, as I indicated, in your cost of debt and cost of equity, that would be nominal, I would say, because it's based on the rates that you get from the market. And typically, they would include already inflation. And if you look back at the slide on the components, you can see the different steps. If you comply with that you should be fine.
Then a further question, do maintenance costs have to be considered as OPEX and therefore discounted?
Yeah, indeed, that's a good question, because it's important that this is very clear. So yeah, I mean, as you noted, for the relevant cost, the CAPEX, so for the construction development of the project, is not discounted, okay, in the methodology. However, when we talk about, we refer to maintenance CAPEX, this is over time, over the operation of the project, and there it is discounted, and that's also the reason why it is included in the methodology within, in the OPEX segment. So that's important. Indeed, it is discounted.
That's also a clarification we bring in comparison to the first large-scale.
Yeah, because we renamed it. It was called, I think, life cycle cost earlier. So we just renamed that to maintenance CAPEX, as it is a concept that is more widely used in the industry.
Then the following question, is a company with financial difficulties eligible to grants? And what, in this case, are the requirements on debt and assets and so on?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is more a question linked to the financial maturity criterion. It is obviously one of the aspects that will be assessed is the financing plan of your project. And as part of that, you will need to highlight the different financing sources. So if the sponsor of your project is in financial difficulties, that could be an element that would play a role. So you need to, so indeed, it is eligible. There is no requirement that we have in terms of, the financial standing of the shareholder. But in terms of funding sources, if you have an element of weakness there, it could be important that you need to potentially combine with other strong elements in your plan, and that could potentially be if you have a very strong offtake contract with a strong party that's going to determine a large part of your revenue. So that could be an element, to kind of offset that. But the assessment will be based on an overall assessment.
Roman, you want to contribute
just
with an element?
Maybe to add, because this question has also two angles. Please have a good look also to the call requirements and the standard provisions that we also have in the model grant agreement, that you can have a look already now at the funded tenders portal, because there are standard requirements following the financial regulation as regards companies in difficulties. So if you are being closed down, if you have issues with paying your social security and so on, these are the cases in which applicants are excluded from the application. And these are exactly the points which are checked at the point of admissibility and eligibility check. So please have a good look. And this also complements what Alexander was saying on the financial standing of the applicant. Because we don't require that only profitable companies and very, very well-off companies apply for our funding, not at all, because we want to support projects that are that have a good profitability expectations. But there are quite strict rules following the financial regulation as regards companies in financial difficulties, just to complement. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Then another question, what are the consequences of a wrongly chosen relevant cost methodology?
Well, Well, I mean, you can be penalized. I think it is important that you make sure that you select the correct one. I mean, normally, if you follow the different steps, there should only be one methodology for your project. So yeah, just look carefully at the different aspects. I think that we have outlined when, I mean, normally you should by default fall into the levelized cost methodology. If not, that means that either you are in the reference plan or no reference plan, and that will be under quite specific conditions. In the reference plan, that's the case if there is no real market price for your product. So that could be if you have an intermediary product in your industrial process. So it's quite specific. For the no reference plan, that is more a case where you have a new production technology or new process that is not existing today. So there's no conventional benchmark, and so you would fall into that bucket. So there's no really a choice between methodology. You should fall under one based on this principle. So in case you need some assistance, you also feel free to send a question on the help desk on that question. But normally there should not be a lot of hesitation, and that's our experience from the previous call.
Yes, that's really important, because if you really choose the wrong methodology, it would mean manifest error and your project would not be retained. A further question is the ETS price has been above 50 euros per ton for 6 months and around 60 euros per ton for the last 3 months. The person makes the observation that the average price for 2019, 2020 does not reflect this recent development. What about the guidance then in relation to using the average price of 2019 and 2020?
Yeah, what we have given in the Annex B is a reference point, and basically we've taken the average of the last 2 years, and we say that the level should be at least that level. That's the level you should take. It should be at least that amount. However, we do not give and do not want to give any indication about the future trajectory of carbon price. So this is something that you have to assume. So if in your projections you assume a certain trajectory, then you need to make sure it's consistent with the relevant cost. But you are allowed to do that. I mean, also, and also that's applicable for other elements of your assumptions. Always try to justify as much as possible. So in the case of carbon price, maybe there is an external study you can refer to, or if you are in discussion to sell maybe negative emissions with certain customers, you might have some price indications from them. So the more information you give to justify these levels, the better.
So I understand this is the last question for this session. No, there is still a further question. We take some time. Yes, there is the question. Should the financial model summary sheet be audited too?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the audit, the scope will be basically based on checking that the assumptions for the relevant costs are consistent with the assumptions made in the financial model. So we do not need a full audit of the entire financial model summary sheet. We need the audit to be based on the elements for the relevant cost calculation. Okay. So I think
that's very clear, yeah. Indeed. So indeed, now that was the last question for this session. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you very much, Christophe. And now we move to the coffee break. So we have a short break, and we will resume in 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes at 3 o'clock. So indeed, so we'll be back at 3 o'clock for a deep dive into the greenhouse gas emission avoidance methodology.
Okay, we are back. Apologies for a short technical hiccup, and it seems that we are now well connected, all of us, so we'll be also able to hear colleagues from the JRC who will connect remotely. And I'm very happy to welcome this Innovation Fund part, this team that is following up on the greenhouse gas emissions. We start with Maria Velkova, the Deputy Head of Unit in DG CLIMA, who will manage the session and will also be moderating the questions afterwards, together with the colleagues from the JRC.
Thank you, Roman, and good afternoon, everybody. So we have 2 hours to go through the methodology for calculating greenhouse gas emission avoidance. We will have 2 sessions of question and answers. One session after the first part, which will cover energy-intensive industries and CCS, and one session after the second part, which will cover renewable energy, energy storage, and hybrid projects. I would recommend, of course, if you to listen through all the part of the presentations. And without further ado, and yeah, just not to forget, of course, put your questions in Slido. We will try to answer as many as possible. We do have 2 hours and we will have plenty of time for question and answers. Just maybe a warning for the very specialized questions, project-specific questions, we may not be able to provide an answer straight away. If this is the case, please use the help desk. This is why we have this help desk, to provide further guidance and detailed guidance. So I will pass now the floor to Michele Canova, who will start with a general explanation of the greenhouse gas emission avoidance and then methodology, and then he will continue with energy and intensive industries.
You're muted, Michele.
Sorry, good afternoon. I was muted. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, as said, today we will try to explain the greenhouse gas methodology, including in the framework of submitting an application step by step. So the main important aspects and steps to follow during this procedure is to define the project and the organizational boundaries, to try to classify your project and provide the right classification that is whose entries are listed in Annex E. Identify then the appropriate methodology section and tools, if any, and then identify the reference scenario for your project type and sector, apply your projected operational data to the calculation, and then upload all the detailed tools and all the refined documents to the portal. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, of course, this is because the potential of greenhouse gas emission avoidance is, as explained already, one of the selection criteria, and therefore the projects will be evaluated based on this key criteria. Next slide, please. So the absolute and relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance will be calculated following the equation you see now on the screen, which are based on a life cycle assessment basis. So for the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance, basically the difference between the emissions of the reference scenario and the emissions of the project scenario calculated over the 10 years will be taken into account. while for the relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance, this amount will be divided by the reference scenario emissions. The former, the absolute value, will be expressed in tons of CO2 equivalent, while the relative will be expressed in percentage points. Next slide, please. Another important aspect to consider is, this is important for the evaluation phase, but it is important that you consider this from the starting of this. Manifest errors are those mistakes that you may, it may happen that you introduce in your calculation that basically will fail the proposal. So it's important that you consider, and we will try during the next slides to indicate where some of these may occur based on the experience we had of the last calls. Those errors could derive from basically an complete incorrect application of the methodology, complete omissions, or miscalculation. Clerical errors are normally minor errors resulting in normally smaller variation of the calculation, and which are normally more easily corrected. Next slide, please. So, as said, in the first step, we saw before, defining the boundaries of your project is the starting point. It is very important. And normally, of course, depending on the sector, there might be a lot of differences in the boundaries, but the methodology is structured with the intention of capturing the most common emission sources. For example, fuel combustion in stationary or on-site vehicles, fugitive emissions in geothermal power plants and CCS projects, emissions from the supply of biomass-based fuels. In the methodology, we also explain a list of emissions which are generally excluded. Both of these points are source of manifest and clerical errors, so please follow the methodology in detail, because this can be relevant inclusion and exclusion. For example, exclusion are fugitive emissions due to the well testing and well bleeding in geothermal power plant. Biogenic CO2 emissions from combustion of biomass, decomposition and degradation at end of life, etc. Indirect land use change. So all these are, and there are many more, emissions which are normally not included in the calculation. Please refer to the methodology for a full list. Next slide, please. So, as said, the second important step you have to do very carefully is to identify the sector and product you see listed in the table you have in Annex E of the call, where we can see that there are a small number of eligibility categories, such as energy-intensive industries, renewable energy sources, and energy storage, which are then split into a higher number of sector and corresponding product services for each of this sector. And you have to choose one of these. For example, for energy-intensive industry, we see refineries, iron and steel, non-ferrous metals, cement and lime, etc. Next slide, please. And also pulp and paper, chemicals, etc. So we see a number of these with the corresponding products and services. There is also a category CCS there that explain that you normally choose the corresponding EII, energy-intensive industry sector, for the product that you produce when generating the captured CO2. Next slide, please. The additional eligibility category are then renewable energy and energy storage. Again, with a list of sectors and relevant product services produced by the sector. So wind energy, solar energy, etc. Next slide, please. One point I didn't mention in the previous slide, if you can go back, sorry, is that, could you go back one slide? Thank you. That in this case, we also have the manufacturing of components for the production of renewable energy, and also manufacturing of components for the production of energy storage. So this means that it will be possible also to apply and to submit application with projects based on the manufacturing of certain components which will be then used to will be then installed in, for example, renewable energy plant, which will be then producing renewable electricity, for example. Next slide, please. So here we see a number of somehow difficult cases where the choice of the sector is not maybe straightforward. So, for example, biorefinery projects need to choose either refineries if predominantly the project will produce fuels. Otherwise, it could be chemicals if the predominant product would be a chemical, or pulp and paper in some cases. All these are possible choice for projects that would be qualified as biorefineries. Other difficult case is, for example, when you have direct air capture with CCS, then you would choose EII other, so energy intensive industry other. Or I'm just skipping to the last one. For example, now there is the possibility to have projects using renewable energy. So then the sector under renewable energy would be the use of renewable energy outside Annex 1. And in that, this is, for example, for projects such as a wastewater treatment or water desalination, which could use simply an amount of renewable energy instead of a fossil-based one. Next slide, please. So once you have classified your project, you have to read carefully the methodology, because then you have to identify which is the methodology section, and then after that also the tools you can use, because we have prepared and uploaded some calculators in Excel that you should use when you submit your application. As said, the most important section of the methodology are sections providing calculation criteria and methods for energy-intensive industries, including CCU and biofuels, including substitute products. There is a specific section on carbon capture and storage, which, as said, is covered under this section 3, but then the products are then classified under the relevant EII or RES sector. Production and use of renewable electricity, heat and cooling, including plants for the manufacturing of RES components. This is another section, section 4 of the methodology. And then energy storage, including plants for the manufacturing of energy storage components. And this is the section 5. So The Annex C, which is the methodology, includes normally for each of these sections, scope, system boundaries, the calculation for absolute and relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance, a list of data and parameters, and then in appendix you have monitoring, reporting, and verification indications, because this will be very important also for the follow-up period to have knowledge on how to monitor. Again, in Annex E, you have this time, during this call, the sector classification, which was in another position last time. Once you have identified your methodology, you have, of course, to read it carefully, because you have to follow all the rules and explanations given there. And then you have to select the greenhouse gas calculators. There are 4 made available, 1 per each of the section. And you should also use, you could use, it's warmly suggested to use the examples, pre-filled theoretical examples, which are also online. Next slide, please. So as said, the choice of the sector, this is just a detail, but the main aim of a project may determine the sector, as already said, and the reference emissions. So it is very important that you identify which is the main aim of your project. For example, when a project produces both hydrogen and electricity, depending on the main aim of the project, you may choose one sector or another. Next slide, please. For hybrid projects, this concept is based on the fact that you can combine a different eligibility category in your project. So you can have an energy-intensive industry project where you also produce and export renewable energy. That's just an example. So all those combination of projects is referred to as hybrid projects. So this is typically a source of manifest and clerical errors, because sometimes it's not easy to identify the boundaries of the 2 projects. This is what you have to do. Identify the boundaries and then follow the correct section of the methodology for each part of your hybrid project, and then recombine them by summing up the different contributions while avoiding double counting. This is essential. Next slide, please. So, of course, once you have identified your methodology, the equation will be adjusted by, this will be indicated also in the next slide in more detail. Next slide, please. Once you have identified your section with a specific equation, you will have to identify the reference scenario, which is a key element of the calculation. This sometimes is also, we have seen this as a source of manifest and clerical errors. It's very important that you choose the reference scenario in the correct way for your sector, for your project, sorry. Normally, for example, in energy-intensive industry, frequent cases are based on the use of EU ETS benchmarks and or fossil fuel comparators. In other cases, there are predefined references indicated in the methodology. If none of these can be used, is the right one for your case, it is also there is also a possibility for the applicant to build an appropriate reference scenario and propose it with the right evidence in the application. For the case of refineries, biofuels, there are adapted fossil fuel comparators from the RED II directive. For the case of EII with CCS, of course, the reference in that case would be that CO2 is when CO2 is not captured, so the absence of CCS. For the renewable energy sources, the reference would be, in this case, the 2030 grid electricity mix, which has been updated in this call to a new value corresponding to the new value that was recently updated in EU policy. The next entry is for the case of renewable heat. We would have a natural gas boiler as a reference. You can see also the values for the emission factor listed there. And then for the it's also for I don't see very well there. Just a second, because it's hidden. Yes, also for renewable cooling, the expected 2030 electricity mix is the reference. Next slide, please. For energy storage and also for renewable energy, in the case of dispatchable renewable energy, which has been introduced as a new product for the sector of renewable, for the sectors of renewable energy electricity. In this case, the reference scenario would be the single cycle natural gas turbine used normally currently in the grid for peaking power to meet the peaks of demand in the grid. For again, energy storage, electricity grid services, on the contrary, is a combined cycle natural gas turbine. For heat, we have ETS benchmark for heat, etc. So we have a number of references that needs to be followed depending on your project. Next slide, please. Of course, all these references are needs to be chosen in the right way, and it might be a source of manifest error because the calculations are heavily affected by them normally. In table 1.3 of the methodology, there is also a summary of this was also introduced for clarity as a summary to be able to compare the different cases. And this is especially important when you have, for example, a hybrid project. You will be able to see the different emissions factor for electricity exported or consumed at your project so that you can choose the right value in the calculation. Next slide, please. So, as said, there are tools made available to support the calculation in the various sectors. You will have to fill them properly, paying a lot of attention to all the indications given there, which are there just to help you, to guide you. We also prepared and introduced in this calculation the values that you find in the methodology, but they are also reflected there. For example, you have already the list of ETS product benchmarks, which can be used depending on your sector. So you will have to select and choose the right one. Next slide, please. One important element to consider when filling those tools is also transport emissions. This is also one variation, a difference that we introduced in some cases with the previous calls. In this case, transport emissions should be considered, well, say, for the projects having the following features. So in the case of CO2 transport, in that case, the associated emissions needs to be considered typically for those projects having a CCU or CCS element. The reference scenario, so it needs to be considered also in those reference scenarios for where one or more principal products is based on a physically different product that is used for a comparable function. In this case, the project emissions must include any emissions associated with the distribution of that principal product to the point of use. And also in those projects where biomass and waste materials are used as a feedstock inputs coming, let's say, to the plant from with a long range transport. Next slide, please. So all these elements need then to be uploaded, all the documents that you have prepared to the portal. Next slide, please. There are a number of hypothetical examples available to illustrate the use of the tool. You can consult them, manipulate them, try to see how things change depending on the value, so you understand how they work, and you can emulate them with your specific tool where you introduced all your data. Next slide, please. There is a section also on data traceability that you have to fill in and you have to pay attention to, because this is important also for the follow-up of the project. Next slide, please. And when coming to assumptions, applicants are required to document them in quantitative and qualitative terms, because this will be scrutinized by evaluators, and they will be checked against criteria also to verify if your application is sound enough and there are no omissions or miscalculations. So a transparent documentation of methods and all sectoral data used, this will be certainly a best practice to demonstrate that you're basically you evidenced all your assumptions. Next slide. There is a checklist you can use also to this extent, so that you can avoid, well, all the potential source of, you avoid mistakes and errors that have been made in previous calls. We populated this checklist. Of course, there are potentially many more, but these are already quite a good amount of checks that you can make, you can verify, because they are based on real life errors and mistakes that we saw in previous calls, also based on that. Next slide, please. So to conclude this first slot, these are the differences in the, let's say, general part of the methodology between the first and the second call, in this second call. So the classification of sector has been slightly reshuffled, and you can see precisely in Annex C. So there is now no longer a section for CCS projects, which have to choose EII or RES sector, deletion of CO2 transport and storage, bioelectricity, biofuels and biorefineries, and renewable heating and cooling sectors. Bioelectricity and bioheat projects need to choose EII other in the classification, but the calculation will still follow section 4. Biofuels projects could choose refineries. Biorefineries also choose refineries, either refineries, chemicals, or pulp and paper, depending on the principal products. Renewable heating and cooling choose renewable energy sector depending on the source. Next slide, please. Also, there are, as for classification, new sectors, manufacturing of components for production of renewable energy and or energy storage, and use of renewable energy outside Annex 1. So these are new sectors as for the classification, and net carbon removal projects. This is also another aspect We added some clarification for this aspect that has been added. There is a specific slide in the tool, in the Excel tool, you can use a sheet rather than slide, sorry, where it is explained which are the conditions for those projects. Negative total project emissions need to be demonstrated. Credit for time and operation does not count in this calculation, and non-principal products are not allowed to be the only source of negative emissions. So there are other indications also. Please refer to this sheet of the Excel tool to have more information on that. And with this, I conclude this part, and I would pass the floor to my next, to the colleague Caterina, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Michele. Next slide, please. As Michele has already explained, the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance is calculated as the difference between the reference scenario and the project. According to the diagram that you see on this slide, in the energy-intensive industries, the emissions are classified in different boxes, which I will explain further later. But what I would like you to keep from this slide is that this diagram is different compared to the previous versions of the methodology. It is different because we have disaggregated the processes emission box to processes and combustion of principal products, and there are no longer use emissions in the reference scenario, only a change to in use in the project scenario. Next slide, please. During the first calls of the Innovation Fund, we saw that the applicants faced difficulties in identifying the appropriate reference scenario for their project. This is why in this new version of the methodology, we have added a new section which provides guidance on how to build your reference scenarios. More precisely, we have identified 7 cases. The first case is if an EU ETS product benchmark corresponding to the production of the principal product exists. In this case, the benchmark should be the basis for the reference scenario. The second case is if a direct EU ETS benchmark doesn't exist, but a reference scenario can be constructed by combining an EU ETS product benchmark with EU ETS heat, fuel, and or process sub-installations. The third case is if a project is a modification to an existing production system. In this case, the applicant may choose to use the unmodified production system as a reference scenario. But this has to be convincingly justified. And we have seen in previous calls many manifest errors in this case. For example, if we have a plant producing ammonia and uses hydrogen, and we replace a steam methane reformer with an electrolyzer, this could qualify as a modification of an existing plant. But if we have a plant producing hydrogen and we replace the steam methane reformer with an electrolyzer, this wouldn't qualify as a modification of an existing plant because it totally changes the installation. In this case, the EU ETS benchmark for hydrogen should be used as the reference and as the reference scenario and not the existing plant. In the fourth case, the principal product is a transport fuel substitute. In this case, the reference scenario should be based on the Innovation Fund fossil fuel comparators. Next slide, please. The next case is if a principal product is a natural gas substitute. Then the reference scenario should be based on the combustion emissions intensity of natural gas. Another possible case is if the principal product in the reference scenario is synthesized from natural gas, for example, methanol. And there is an emission value available in the input data hierarchy in Appendix 1 of the methodology. In this case, this value should be the reference scenario for the principal product. If this value includes upstream emissions, applicants should subtract 15% in order to align with how the EU ETS benchmarks are constructed. Finally, if it's not possible to construct a reference scenario for the production of the principal products in any of the ways identified above, then the applicant can propose an appropriate reference scenario with clear justification and provide robust characterization of the emissions associated with that system. Next slide, please. Let's have a look now at the different boxes. The processes box includes all the process emissions within the project boundaries in both scenarios, the reference and the project. For the projects that have a CCS element, the full amount of CO2 generated by the project should be included as a positive emission term, or as zero in the case of biogenic CO2, even though some of this CO2, even though some of this CO2 is to be captured. The CCS credit, calculated according to the methodology in section 3, as we will see later, shall be included as a separate negative emission term. Projects that have a CCU, a carbon capture and use element, need to demonstrate that the captured CO2 will be used. As for CCS, the full amount of CO2 generated by the project should be included as a positive or term or zero, and then the negative term should also be included in the same box for the capture. A possible manifest error here is to identify as co-principal products, non-principal products, and calculate the process emissions in the reference scenario. Next slide, please. In the inputs box, there should be included the energy and material inputs. These are the inputs that enter the system boundary and are associated with the processes boxes. In this case, emission factors from the data hierarchy should be used and not EU ETS benchmarks or own estimated emission factors that could inflate the reference emissions, and this would be a manifest error and would lead to the disqualification of the project. When the reference scenario is based on an EU ETS benchmark, it is probably that the EU ETS benchmark doesn't include the input emissions. So these emissions should be included in the inputs box of the reference scenario. Our new box, the change to in use, which appears only in the project scenario, allows to claim credit when the characteristics of innovative products may save emissions in the use phase of the principal product. For example, if an innovative nitrogen compound is used as a fertilizer and that reduces nitrous emissions compared to the conventional nitrogen fertilizers, this credit needs to be well justified and based on a realistic use case. And the savings must be enabled directly by the properties of the produced product, and this product may not be used as an input for a second product that will finally deliver the in-use savings. Next slide, please. In the combustion box, if the principal products are combusted for energy purposes, these emissions should be included in the combustion emissions box. In the case of novel transport fuels, the IF fossil fuel comparator includes already the combustion emissions for the reference scenario, and the fossil fuel comparators go to this box. In the project scenario, the stoichiometric combustion emissions should be included in the combustion box. In the end of life box, should be included the emissions related to the disposal or recycling of the principal product after the end of its useful life. If carbon is incorporated in the material on a long-term basis, which means more than 50 years, 50% of the CO2 emissions from stoichiometric combustion may be included in this box, and not 100%. The combustion or end-of-life emissions are not affected by the source of the captured CO2. However, combustion and end-of-life emissions associated with carbon that enters the project boundaries and biogenic inputs other than CO2 are counted as zero as usually. Next slide, please. Finally, our last box, the co-products, the non-principal products. Non-principal products are outside the project boundaries. They are different than the co-products, and they can be claimed only in the scenario in which they are produced. No need to have a balance between the reference and the project scenario. Emission factors from the data hierarchy should be used, and a frequent error that we have seen in previous applications is the use of a combustion-only emission factor from the IPCC. This is not right. The emission factor should include the whole supply chain. In this box, what is included is a credit, as I said, which is calculated according to the equation you see. Is -1 to show the credit, multiplied with the quantity of the non-principal product and the emission factor of that product. Next slide, please. Next slide. Let's look at some examples now to see how the methodology works in practice. These examples are purely for illustrative purposes. We expect applications from many different industries and sectors, but we have to start from somewhere to build these examples. Let's consider a project that produces green hydrogen. This project falls within the energy-intensive industry category. Hydrogen is the only and therefore principal product. The sector, according to Annex E, is hydrogen, and we will assume for the beginning that the hydrogen is supplied for industrial use. This whole example is based on an NREL model, which you can find. You have the source, the link. Next slide, please. Here we see again the same diagram, and now we will see how we will fill in these boxes. Next slide, please. So, in the reference scenario, we have the ETS benchmark for hydrogen in the box of the processes, and we don't have any additional inputs. Whereas in the project scenario, our main process is electrolysis. For the electrolysis, we need power, water, and heat. Regarding power production could be placed within the project boundary as a process or outside the boundary as an input. In both cases, the emission factor for the electricity consumed would be 0, because we assume that the grid in 2050 will be fully decarbonized. Next slide, please. So let's focus on the heat required. Heat is required for high temperature electrolysis, and we have two options. Either the heat is generated by direct fossil fuel combustion, and these emissions should be included as part of the electrolysis processes, therefore in the processes box, and not we don't have heat as an input. Or heat could be supplied from outside the project unit, and in this case we should identify the source and assess it as an input. If first case, if heat is produced as byproduct from other processes, it should be treated as a rigid input. This means that any emissions due to the diversion should be identified, and this would be the emissions of heat, meaning that this heat that was previously used by other projects will be diverted and must be replaced. The other option is to treat heat as an elastic input and assess the actual GHG emissions of heat generation. Next slide, please. Here we see the project, the diagram of the project. We have one process, the electrolyzer, which has, as we said, power, water, and heat as inputs and produces hydrogen. And our reference scenario is the ETS benchmark for hydrogen. And the difference between those two, the reference and the project, gives our greenhouse avoidance methodology, our greenhouse gas avoidance. Next slide, please. To see that in numbers, we have for the reference the ETS benchmark for hydrogen, which is 6.84 tons CO2 per ton of hydrogen. And for the project, we have power, the emissions regarding to power, which are 0, as we said, because the grid is fully decarbonized. Emissions from water may be neglected, provided that there is no need for desalination or pumping activities. And our third input is heat, for which the applicant must assess, as we said, the GHG intensity. But for the sake of the examples and just to give a number, we use now the ETS heat benchmark. Next slide, please. And putting this together, we have the references. The processes is 6.84. And for the projects, the inputs, the heat input practically is 0.151 tons CO2. And this gives us 6.69, which must be multiplied with the throughput and the duration of the project. And to calculate the relative emission avoidance, we divide this number with the reference emission, which is 6.84, giving 98%. Next slide, please. To add now a bit of complexity, we will add a fuel synthesis step to our example. We still have an EII project, but the sector changes now from hydrogen to refineries. Also, the product changes to e-fuels, and the possible products could include synthetic aviation kerosene, synthetic diesel, or synthetic gasoline. The ratio, the mix will vary according to the synthesis technology and the upgrading choices. All three products belong to the same sector, so they can all be principal products. Next slide, please. Let's see the reference. The principal product are e-fuels. We have the fossil fuel comparators instead of an ETS benchmark. All reference emissions, the fossil fuel comparators, fall within the combustion box of the diagram, so no inputs in the reference scenario. And if heat is exported by the fuel synthesis facility, we should include this equivalent heat production. Since we are in the reference, we use the ETS heat benchmark. Next slide, please. And diagrammatically, we have in the reference scenario the fossil fuel comparators, and in the project scenario, we have new processes. We have the electrolysis as before, and we now have a fuel synthesis and upgrading step. Upgrading to transport fuels must be included in order to use the fossil fuel comparators on comparable products. Otherwise, the comparison wouldn't be fair. Our inputs for the electrolysis remain the same: power, water, and heat, which is the only one that has emissions, actually, in the frame of the Innovation Fund. And for the fuel synthesis step, we have, again, power, water, possibly hydrogen for the upgrading, catalysts, and CO2. And we have an extra source of emissions, the combustion in this case, the combustion emission of aviation kerosene, diesel, and gasoline. Next slide, please. You see here the diagram of the project. We have the two processes, the electrolyzer and the Fischer-Tropsch synthesis and upgrading. And our inputs are power, CO2, catalyst, and the products are the fuels that we all said. And the emissions avoidance is calculated as the difference, again, between the fossil fuel comparators and possibly the ETS heat benchmark and the emissions of the project. Next slide, please. Now we have a project that produces hydrogen as before, but this hydrogen will be supplied for refueling fuel cell vehicles. It is still an EII project, but the sector now changes from hydrogen to refineries. The product is still hydrogen, but it will be supplied to replace a transport function. So the reference product will be gasoline and diesel. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. In this case, the reference scenario has, again, the fossil fuel comparators as before, but our project has two processes: the electrolysis, as before, with the same inputs, and the distribution of hydrogen. The distribution of hydrogen must be included because we have a physically different product. And as Michele explained before, the transport emissions of physically different products must be included. Next slide, please. Additionally, the vehicle efficiency must be included. Hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have greater efficiency than conventional vehicles. According to the JEC well-to-wheel version 5, there is an energy efficiency ratio 2.5 to 1 to fuel cell to spark ignition, according to the new European driving cycle. So the fossil fuel production must be multiplied in the reference scenario in order to give a like-for-like comparison. Next slide, please. Well, we have an example that I will go through very quickly because we are out of time. And I just wanted to show you the differences in the other boxes that we haven't touched so far. Let's consider a project that produces ethylene from biomass. It falls within EII category. The sector is chemicals. Bioethylene is the principal product. And waste ethanol is a feedstock for ethylene production. And for the example, we will assume that the ethanol production is within the system boundary, but wet farming is not. Next slide, please. In our reference scenario, we have in the processes box the ETS benchmark for high-value chemicals, which is applicable if ethylene is more than 30% in product yield. And in the project scenario, we have in our processes ethanol distilling with inputs required power, water, yeast, and wet. And on-site other processes we have are the on-site heat generation and the catalytic dehydration, for which catalyst and power are required. Next slide, please. So for the weight, The emissions factors for biomass, biogas, biomethane, bioliquid, or biofuels from an indeterminate supplier are the default emissions tabulated in Annex 5 and Annex 6 of the Renewable Energy Directive, generally diminished by 15% to account for the upstream emissions. The inputs for the cultivation do not need to be individually assessed. Concerning the yeast and the catalysts, they're likely to be de minimis inputs, so again, there is no need to assess. Water and power, as we have said before in the previous examples, are treated as zero. And we will assume that the heat is generated on site, so it's assessed as part of the processes box. Next slide, please. Now let's see the other boxes. If ethanol production is brought within the system boundary, then some emissions should be attributed to the distiller's grain co-product, giving a credit within the non-principal box, because we have a different category. They don't fall in the same sector. Bioethylene is chemically identical to fossil ethylene, so there would be no change in the in-use emission box. And at the end of life, in the reference scenario, it can be assumed that the carbon would be released as carbon dioxide. Landfill waste is treated in the Innovation Fund assessment as if incinerated without energy recovery, but biogenic CO2 emissions are rated as zero, so there is an emission credit for avoided end-of-life CO2 release. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You see here the fossil fuel comparators. We're out of time, so I will not explain it more. Next slide, please. What is important to know are the changes compared to the first large-scale call. We have different boxes for the life cycle stages. We have the combustion of the principal products, the changes to in-use emission, and the non-principal products. We have added 7 explicit cases to explain how to build the reference scenario. According to the new methodology, there is a credit for long-term carbon storage in a non-geological storage context. The requirement that emission from major inputs shall be assessed by system expansion where possible has been removed. There is an additional type of EII project in which the innovation focuses on saving of electricity with specific conditions and greenhouse gas calculations. And we have also the following clarifications. Applications including a credit for timed operation must detail a plan to manage grid electricity consumption to coincide with times when the emissions of the electricity supply are below average. End-of-life emissions must be included in cases where one or more principal products contain carbon. An innovative non-principal product that can be combusted can use emission factors based on natural gas. And there is also a credit for non-principal products that provide storage on a long-term basis. And finally, the transport of raw materials must only be considered for waste feedstock and for biomass. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We move now to the carbon and capture and storage, the section 3 of the methodology. These projects are projects that are capturing and compressing CO2 from point sources or the air for injection in a storage site. Applications can be submitted by any players in the CCS supply chain, but the applicant must demonstrate the provision of the remaining services. If there is only one project submitting an application, it can get the full credit. If there are more than one in the same supply chain, they must split the credit. For the energy-intensive industries and the renewable energy storage projects with CCS components, the CCS part is calculated according to this section and introduced in the EII and RES calculations. For the CCS project, there is no difference between CO2 captured from fossil and biogenic sources. Biogenic CO2 credits can be given to the emitting facility. You see now here the basic equation. The emission avoidance is calculated as always as the difference between the reference, which is the CO2 that will be released or available in the atmosphere in the absence of the project activity, and the project emissions, which have the following elements: emissions from the capture of CO2, emissions from transport of CO2 by pipelines, emissions from transport with other modes of transport, and emissions from injection at the geological storage site. Next slide, please. I would just like to expand a bit on the transport emissions because we have received many questions. For each transport mode, the applicant should calculate the emissions for each outbound trip, calculating the length of the trip, the amount of CO2 transferred, and the emission factor, and then sum for each transport mode the different emissions, and then for all the different modes. Next slide, please. Let's see now some examples. For example, if a project intends to build a special transport system to transport large volumes of CO2 by pipeline to the storage site, and this project should select an EII sector, and the calculation should follow the section 3 of Annex C. The reference in this case is the CO2 released to the atmosphere, and the project emissions are for the project capture, which is the fuel and the material used, the fugitive emissions or venting emissions, the project, the pipeline, the transport through pipelines, which includes support emissions from support installations, fugitive venting, and leakages. The injection emissions, which includes emissions from fuel used at booster station or venting and leakages, and the transport emissions that we already said. It is important to note that the applicant shall secure a buyer of their technology and cover the whole cycle from capture to storage in their submission. Companies will be required to monitor and report on emission across all stages. And applications can be submitted with or without a consortium, but the applicants must organize themselves and split their revenues and liabilities, as I said before. Next slide, please. Now we have a project that intends to produce cement in an innovative way and capture and store some of the CO2 released. It's an EII project, and the sector is cement and lime, and the principal product is cement. So the calculations should follow the section 2 of the EII, and the CCS should be integrated. The reference in this case is the EU ETS benchmark for cement. As I said before when I was explaining the processes box, the CCS credit, which is calculated according to the section 3, must be included in the processes box as a negative term. However, the full amount of CO2 generated by the project should be included as well as a positive term, even though some of this is to be captured. Next slide, please. A project which intends to produce bioelectricity from a waste-to-energy plant and capture and store some of this CO2 is again an energy-intensive industry project, but should follow the calculation under section 4 of Annex C. In this case, again as previously, the CCS part should be integrated in the project emissions. And there is a possibility to claim net carbon removal credits only if the project emissions are negative. Next slide, please. In a direct air capture and storage project, which removes CO2 from ambient air and stores it, it is again an EII project, and but it should follow only the calculation according to Section 3 of Annex C. In this case, the relative GHG emissions avoidance will be set at 100% to grant DACs with an advantage over conventional CCS. There is also the possibility to claim net carbon removals if the overall project emissions are negative, as I will explain later. Next slide, please. So, for the net carbon removals, I saw that we received some questions also in the morning. The general rules, as also Michele said, are that the total project emissions should be negative. These negative emissions can only be claimed excluding any credits for timed operations, and the non-principal products are not allowed to be the only source of negative emissions in the project. So for the net carbon removals, we have two basic categories: projects without permanent geological storage, for which the relative GHG emission avoidance is the one that we have already explained, is how CCU projects are, and projects with permanent geological storage. In this case, the relative net carbon removals are calculated according to this formula. For the DACs, for example, the relative net carbon removals give a different result than the relative emissions avoidance methodology. We said that for the DACs, the main GHG calculation gives a value of 100%, but in order to claim net carbon removals, the applicants must calculate the emissions according to this formula. Similarly, in the bioenergy with CCS projects, the denominator of this equation is calculated based only on the biogenic fraction of the CO2 emitted by the plant. Whereas the denominator, the reference, is calculated as the sum of the total CO2 emissions of the plant, biomass and fossil. All these calculations must be included in the dedicated tab in the Excel tools that you can find in the Innovation Fund portals. I hope it's a bit clearer, but if not, you may submit your questions via the help desk. Thank you very much. And yeah, I give the floor back to Maria.
Thank you very much, Michele and Ekaterini, for this really detailed presentation. I think it was extremely useful, even if long. But actually, we are not delayed. I think we are quite well on time, because you have gone through really quite a number of the slides from what we have foreseen. In fact, there are only 12 slides in the remaining part. So now it is the moment to take stock a little bit of the questions which we have received in Slido. Quite numerous questions, meaning that our audience is really listening carefully and thinking through thinking through the presentation. So we will start with a few of the questions we understand more general to do with the GHG emission avoidance and sometimes scoring, and then we will pass through the sections, right? So I will be asking the questions and sometimes answering. So the first one, how is the scoring done on greenhouse gas emission avoidance so that huge projects with huge greenhouse gas emission avoidance, but also huge costs, are not unnecessarily favored? So this is more policy-related questions indeed to do with the scoring. It is true that to a certain extent we are favoring big projects, but the aim in fact is to significantly reduce emission avoidance. So just to remind you, the bigger projects will have indeed bigger absolute emission avoidance. So 1/3 of the first sub-criterion will be influenced by the size and also the cost efficiency. However, we are also calling for projects that are innovative and that they are not overshooting the scale. So we are not going to fund commercial projects to big projects like multiple, for example, hundreds of megawatts of offshore wind, for example. It has to be at the right scale. So we are fairly confident that we will choose, by our approach on the scoring, the projects which will have the highest potential to deliver. So if you could move to the next question. That is actually a question for the energy intensive industry part, so maybe a next one.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Ekaterini will try to go through the general ones first, and then we'll move,
Okay.
if possible. Yeah, next ones. No, it's the same one. Okay. Can you start highlight another one? Or perhaps there's some delay on the Slido? No, it's still the same. Well, maybe Ekaterini, while we're choosing the right question, can you explain, actually give an example, what is a physically different product?
No, for example, what I said, hydrogen and diesel. We have two different projects. We don't have the same liquid fuel that would be used in the same way. So we need a different network to transport this fuel. What else? I can't think of something else right now, but
okay, thank you, Ekaterini. I think this is a question which we had already in the morning, but we can address it again now. If a project mixes different energy activities, hydrogen and CCS, the applicant must fill in the greenhouse gas emission sheet for each activity and to present the total value. Maybe that is actually a question which will perhaps be addressed in the next section on hybrid projects. So perhaps let's wait for this presentation, and the colleagues from JRC will think to answer the question while presenting the slides. So if we can move to the next one. How broad is the category manufacturing of technology components? Is it only PV and battery manufacture, or also CCU and hydrogen electrolysis technology? Now, the new sector which we have created, which is called manufacturing of components for renewable energy and energy storage, is indeed for components for these quite large sectors actually, or categories of renewable energy and energy storage. It is not excluded actually to produce components for example, for electrolyzers or electrolyzers, pilot plants. But if these electrolyzers are not going to be used in the setting of an energy storage, then the correct sector would rather be hydrogen. So you have to think indeed to place your project into the correct sector. Thank you. Which sector should be chosen for combined ocean and wind and ocean and solar renewable energy projects? Yes, this is a good question, because quite often we have cross-sectoral, cross-category projects, and this is really great because we are looking for innovative projects, and quite often the innovation comes in the combination of sometimes a bit more mature technologies. In fact, ocean technologies, most of it is not mature, so by all means, it will be quite innovative on its own. But what do we do when there is a combination, or what do you do? In fact, you have to look at what is the predominant, actually, where is the predominant part of the innovation? Is it in the ocean, or in the wind, or ocean, or solar? And choose the sector depending on where you think you're delivering bigger innovation. However, it's really, you have here a little bit the discretion. It could be half and half, and then you can really choose the sector. Thank you. So next question. For the greenhouse gas emission avoidance calculation, why has the period of 10 years been chosen? What lies at the base of that decision? So why 10 years? Well, we want to compare the projects. So that's why all projects have to do the calculation over 10-year period of time. However, we have mentioned it in the context that, in fact, shorter periods of time are also possible, not shorter than 3 years. However, because we need to be certain that the technology, the projects that you have built are really delivering emission avoidance. So 3 years is the minimum, and a period between 3 and 10 years, less than 10 years, can also be chosen, so long as that there are good reasons for that. For example, a project can be entering into completely stable operation after 3 or after 5 years. In that case, you may request a shorter monitoring period. Next question. If only part of the geologically stored CO2 is from biomass, can it be counted as net carbon removals? Ekaterini, maybe I can ask you for help here.
Well, it depends on the calculation of the different terms. If the result is negative, it could be the case. If the share of the biogenic CO2 is larger than the rest, then it is possible, yes.
Thank you. Next question. What are the conditions for substituting the EU ETS benchmark with an industry value for the reference emissions? What evidence is required to justify this? I guess we are moving now to the energy intensive part. Yep. So, JRC colleagues, if you can take this one.
For substituting industry. Huh. I don't have an answer now, to be honest, but we will come back, yes, in writing on that.
Yeah, I believe this perhaps is referring to the case of a modification of a plant, which Ekaterini, you explained quite well. But if you still haven't had the answer to your question during the presentation, please don't hesitate to submit it in the help desk. In which, okay, very specific question, in which box should be included the transport emission at the point of use? Can those emissions be considered as credit, negative emission term? Do you have an answer to that?
Transport emissions in the processes box. A credit, how? I don't understand how the emissions could be a credit.
Yes, it sounds a bit, well, difficult to understand. Perhaps a fuller question in the help desk would help because we can't really understand this one. So, next question coming. For waste input that would otherwise be used to produce electricity in incinerator, should we count the emissions due to the replacement of that electricity?
Well, the electricity is accounted for as 0 in the energy-intensive industries, so it wouldn't change anything, no.
Thank you very much. Next question. So we have an energy-intensive industry project. They're diverting waste from incineration to production of biofuels. Reference scenario take into account ETS benchmark of the product and also emission from the incinerator. So this is a question ready for confirmation that this is the case. It is a bit project specific.
Yes, it's a product specific. The reference scenario takes into account the product that are produced, the emissions of the product, the waste that is diverted should be an input of the process, as I understand it now, without knowing the project.
There are quite a lot of questions actually coming on related to waste, so we will try to cover a little bit, but please read the methodology. It is actually quite detailed and it will help you understanding how to deal with waste as input. So next question. So this is slightly different. How are recycled inputs, metals, treated as, well, recycled metals as an input in energy-intensive industry projects? Are they awarded compared to virgin inputs in the greenhouse gas calculation methodology?
I am afraid not. No, we don't have a provision for the recycled, for a credit for the recycled inputs.
Maybe just in this case, they could also consider expanding the boundaries.
System boundaries,
of course.
yes.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Thank you. Next question. When considering greenhouse gas emission for hydrogen, should I refer to 6,840 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen, or shall I choose the closest number to the real case, which is 9 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen?
No, the EU ETS benchmark should be used unless it can be justified that we have the case of the modification of an existing plant. But I suggest that applicants read carefully the methodology because there are specific conditions in order to fall under this category.
Thank you, Katerina. And in case of doubt, please check with the help desk. Better to check and ask a question there than to have an error in the calculation. So another question, when there is maintenance which replaces equipment and there are CO2 emissions associated, does it need to be included also of the production of the equipment? I believe this is perhaps to do with the way we treat minor, major inputs. It is hard perhaps to always answer. It's quite specific question and I must say it's not very easy to understand. So please, because it seems important still for this particular project, so yes, submit it to the help desk. Now next question, how to include greenhouse gas emission avoidance of 2 different products from different sectors that are produced in equal quantities?
Michele, would you like to answer this? I guess it's the case of the hybrid project, but we should know a bit more about the project, so probably it's better to...
I don't know. Different sectors, it is not clear here if we are talking about EII, renewable energy, so maybe this we need more clarity about the... Yes.
So indeed, if there are 2 different sectors in the energy-intensive industry, it will be 1 treatment. If there are sectors in different categories, so combining energy-intensive industry and renewable energy or energy-intensive industry and energy storage, then this would be hybrid projects, and you will hear more about it in the next section. So next question. I think this one was also a bit difficult to understand, but let's try. When combining ETS benchmarks, how do we combine them? Does it not? Does it need to be proportional in terms of megawatt hours CO2 avoidance? Do you have an answer to that one?
Not me.
Combining ETS product benchmarks with fuel benchmark, for example, I don't understand what exactly what the question. So
maybe it is to do with the reference, like building a reference with ETS
exactly,
benchmarks.
This is why what I understand. For example, if we have an ETS benchmark, an ETS product benchmark, and the principal product of the project is not exactly this one, the benchmark product, we may construct a benchmark, a new benchmark, taking the ETS benchmark as in the processes box, but also adding, for example, fuel that would be needed, or a sub-installation that would be needed in order to align the reference scenario built by the benchmarks to our principal product of the project. I don't know if it was clear enough.
Thank you, thank you. So we don't have time for more projects on CCS 1 or 2? Oh, well, we can ask them also at the end in the last session. Okay, let's do that. So we can actually move then to the next slides from the presentation. And I believe this would be on renewable energy.
Yes, okay. Should I go? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So now we are at the final slot. This is an example that we use to see how the greenhouse gas methodology, greenhouse gas avoidance methodology can work in practice for the case of renewable electricity, heat and cooling. So let's consider, for example, a project with an innovative conversion of biogenic residues into heat, heat that then will be sold to a nearby cement industry and also to the city where the project basically is based as district heating. So in this case, the classification would be EII other heat, because basically the source is biogenic, so it's a bioheat case. However, the methodology section would still follow the renewable energy section 4 of Annex C. The reference in this case, as we explained also in the first slot, is given by natural gas boilers burning natural gas. So the equation would be then expanded a bit by having the reference, the project on-site terms. So for the reference, we will see it in next. We'll see the next slide, but for the project term, basically what needs to be considered are the terms for the stationary combustion of fossil fuels, for the mobile combustion of fossil fuels, if any, of course, and for the electricity consumed on site. Next slide, please. For the reference part, what needs to be considered is the installed capacity, the plant multiplied by the plant load factor in percentage, and also by the time of operation, operating hours in the year. Of course, all these terms need to be consistent in unit of measure terms, multiplied by the emissions factor of the natural gas, divided by the efficiency that is established for this type of reference scenario plant. Next slide, please. So we saw an example of let's say, standalone renewable energy plant, but under the renewable energy, we said that we could consider also production facilities, so projects where there is the production of components that are then used and installed to generate or convert renewable energy, and also for energy storage. So in this case, one needs to consider actually not the emissions due to the manufacturing, which are out of scope normally if you check the methodology, this is not how these cases are considered, but rather the emission avoided by using the component once installed in, for example, renewable energy plant. Next slide, please. So if we consider an example of this, basically the example could be the production of an innovative blade for use in a floating wind power plants. This innovative blade would have a higher capacity factor than a conventional blade and bring in additional emission avoidance. The classification of such a project in this call would be renewable energy, wind energy, electricity. And the methodology section would be, again, section 4 of Annex C. The reference for this, for such a project would be electricity that is supplied by the EU grid BICS in the year 2030. This is what we said. And basically this project will be credited by using this electricity factor, 2030 electricity factor. So if we expand the equation, we will have to include for each year of the calculation, we will have to include the number and multiply the avoided emissions by the number of components which are put into service until that year, because we assume, and this needs to be demonstrated by the applicant, that every year a new number of component will be sold and installed and used and put into service in a new renewable energy plant. So if we talk about a blade, there will be a number of towers that will be installed every year, and cumulatively they will keep on running, and they will be there working. So the total amount of avoided emissions will be calculated by considering this number, and also a component cost, a factor, which will be basically the share of capital cost of the innovative component divided by the total capital cost of the plant. In this way, the avoided emissions will be somehow reduced, will be reduced by the fraction of the capital cost share of the innovative component. In other words, we cannot attribute all the avoided emissions just to the blade, because the tower, the windmill, will be not only the blade, it will be the rotor and other components. Again, you will multiply this by basically the installed capacity and also by the plant load factor and the operating hours. So this is what you see in the screen. And here, of course, in this calculation in megawatt, the sum of all the components has been already done. And this needs to be subtracted by the amount of emissions that will occur on site, if any. So, for example, fossil fuel used by mobile sources, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, no, next slide, please. I think, okay, we can consider also an amount of hybrid cases, energy intensive industries and renewable energy sources. In this case, there is the possibility to combine renewable energy plant with energy-intensive industries. And in this case, the renewable energy exported would be credited. It's needed to pay particular attention to the correct emissions factor for electricity in the different parts of the project. For example, in this case, this figure has been updated for the net electricity exported. This is quite important because these are sources of potential manifest errors. And of course, it's needed to pay particular attention to avoid double counting because the applicant needs to identify the boundaries of the two portions of the project, the one for energy-intensive industries and renewable energy source, and then apply the calculation following section 2 and section 4 of the methodology, and then add them. There was also a question about this fact, how to basically perform the calculation. So the suggestion is to follow the calculation for EII, follow section 2, for renewable energy, follow section 4, and then add the two contributions together while removing any double counting for overlapping factors, overlapping terms. And an element of kind of condition that has been introduced in the methodology to ensure that there are no somehow abuses is that the power from the renewable energy part will be preferentially supplied to local use in the energy intensive industry part. A typical project for this hybrid case is to export renewable electricity and or renewable heat from an industrial plant belonging to one of the energy intensive industry sectors. Next slide, please. So another hybrid case is when there is a combination of the energy intensive industry and the energy storage emissions that need to be then summed up again while removing double counting. And in case of activities overlapping between the two parts, the revenue should be essentially the guiding principle to split the production activities between the EII part and the energy storage part. Next slide, please. Another hybrid case possibility is the combination of renewable energy storage and, renewable energy sources and energy storage plant. And again, also here, the system boundaries split between the two parts is an essential moment before the application, so to identify those two parts. And again, the emissions need to be summed up while removing double counting. Also, in this case, there is a kind of condition to submit this hybrid plant. If, of course, if this condition is not satisfactory for the applicant, there is always the possibility to submit two different projects instead of a hybrid combined project. So the applicant should demonstrate that the power from the renewable energy facility will be supplied to the energy storage project, part of the project, when the timing of power generation is consistent with the needs of the storage facility, and then may claim credit under the renewable energy part, as explained under the renewable energy methodology for any excess power exported. In addition, the combined facility should never store power from the grid at the same time as it is exporting renewable power to the grid. Next slide, please. So here we have an example of how to renewable energy and storage, energy storage can be combined. So let's take an example, a floating photovoltaic plant with a certain annual production, combined with an innovative electricity storage. This can be useful to provide controllable renewable energy, renewable electricity. The classification of this would be hybrid, and the methodology section to follow for the different part would be, as said, the section 4 for the renewable energy part and section 5 for the energy storage. The reference would be the electricity supplied by the 2030 grid mix for the renewable energy part and a natural gas turbine for the electricity storage output. So if we see in the equation would be combine, would be sum, the term for the renewable energy and the term for the storage. For the electricity part, for the reference would be for the renewable energy part given by the annual photovoltaic generation reduced by the amount of electricity given to the storage part of the plant multiplied by the emission factor used as reference, the 2030 electricity factor. For the reference of the storage part of the project, the energy, the electricity released by the storage would be multiplied by the emissions factor for the used as a reference for the storage. We are assuming there are no major emissions coming from on-site from the project, and this would be the calculation. These two terms in the reference scenario would make basically the emission avoidance of the project. Next slide, please. Third, or rather fourth final case for hybrid project is when you combine all the three major eligibility categories. And in this case, credits for the renewable energy exported and for the energy stored in addition to the greenhouse gas emissions avoided in the energy intensive part. And such hybrid projects application should of course combine, as explained also before for the others, the three components for the and the three equations and put them together, again avoiding any double counting. Next slide, please. So to conclude a bit this slot, the differences for, in this case, between the 2020 and 2021 call is that in the renewable energy section, the reference scenario for renewable electricity, the expected 2030 grid mix has been updated with the latest reference scenario values for the coming from the Fit for 55 package. In the renewable energy section, we also introduced a split for dispatchable electricity, which is now a different product from non-dispatchable electricity. And dispatchable electricity is actually credit considered peak power plant now. So basically using natural gas single open cycle turbine. Another difference is the production of component facilities that we saw. In this case, we have to consider the cumulated avoidance due to the total plants being sold or installed or put into service until each year, and not simply delivered on a given year. But the emission savings from the use of manufactured components should be multiplied by the component's fractional contribution to the capital cost, so will be somehow reduced by this multiplication. And an additional difference is that we introduced some clarifications for hybrid projects as explained in the previous slides, including some conditions for some of them that we just saw. This is it for my side. I pass the floor to Maria again. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele, very much for this last part of the presentation. We have about, 20 minutes for question and answers. So we will start now with the CCS questions, which we didn't manage to cover in the previous Q&A, which are also most numerous, and then we will pass to renewables, storage, and hybrid. So, Georgie, if you can display already. Okay, yes, thank you. So, CO2 captured on-site and then transported and stored outside the boundaries of the plant. Injection emissions must be included in the calculation. I believe this is the case, but maybe a confirmation from JRC?
Yes, I think this is the case, yes.
Okay, then next question. Can CO2 captured from biomass combustion count as negative emissions if it is used as input in a project? So that perhaps is more like a CCU type of question. So. Did you manage to read the question?
Yes. It's a bit unclear how it's formulated. I mean, normally CO2 captured is used, I mean, if you use CO2 capture, this is it is irrelevant if it is biogenic or fossil once you use it in a project. Caterina, would you?
Yes, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
The capture of CO2 doesn't recognize biogenic, or there is no differentiation between biogenic or fossil.
It is important here, the boundary of the project, of course, here is not very well specified, but we understand it is just starting from the capture CO2. So.
Yes, but in general, biomass emissions are considered climate CO2 neutral. Therefore, as a result, at some point, actually, it will not be considered as emission, right? So it is true that for at the moment of capture, this is not considered as negative term, but then in the full calculation, it will be considered, right?
Yeah, it depends on the boundaries. If you include also what you do before, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So, a next question for the CCS supply chain. If several applicants on the if there are several applicants on the same value chain, how do you split the credit between applicants? So, in fact, here they are, I believe, well, there is actually the situation where there are two different applications, and in that case, indeed, there would need to be an agreement how to share the CO2 emission avoidance. However, if there's only one applicant and this applicant puts in the boundary the full CCS supply chain, then this applicant can have the credit, so to say, of the full CO2 avoidance. Is this correct? So next question. How is direct air capture and geological storage incentivized compared to point source and biogenic CO2 storage?
Well, regarding DACs, we have said that the relative emission avoidance is set to 100% to incentivize them. This is the incentive, the provision of the methodology.
And further to that, of course, we expect that such projects would have net carbon removals potential, which they will evidence with the calculation of the total emissions, right, which we expect to be negative, especially if we consider emission factor 0 for electricity inputs. So that is indeed a way to incentivize DAC projects. So next question. Clarification on market revenue for storage. Balancing services procured through daily auctions cannot be relied upon. How should it be treated? Fully discounted. Okay, I believe this is a question which reappears here from the relevant cost. So I'm sorry, but we are not able to answer this question here. So next question. Of course, put such questions in the help desk if we haven't managed to answer them. So we're moving to, we finished with CCS, Georgia. Yeah, so that is a question hopefully related to renewable energy. Are there any specific requirements for grid connection of renewable energy projects? Yes. Well, in fact, there are no specific requirements for grid connection of renewable energy projects, but perhaps I could add here that actually there could be, in fact, a combination of projects and where industry projects are claiming renewable use of renewable electricity, and I'm not sure if the question is related to that, and in which case in fact the contribution for deployment of renewable electricity of projects is credited, so to say, seen favorably under the grid of innovation, and this question is considered there. So for that reason, please check the description we have on this in Annex D. So the next question is for project manufacturing components to use in renewable energy plants or energy storage plants. Can greenhouse gas emission avoidance be calculated at any scale of deployment? Well, clearly no. In fact, otherwise this will be really too big an avoidance, potential avoidance. So if any such project has to consider the amount of components that will be produced in a given year, and based on that actually amount, the calculation has to be done year by year. In fact, the methodology credits actually the accumulation of the installation of these components over the 10-year period of time. So please pay attention to this detail. On the other, yes, thanks, Roman here is adding some further very important detail. In fact, you will have to evidence actually the sales with contracts and most probably other evidence during the operation that you are producing and selling. And another perhaps bracket is when you, these contracts have to be for installing of these components on the territory of the EU. This is linked to the condition that emission avoidance has to take place in the territory of the EU, Iceland, and Norway. So there are quite a few conditionalities on the manufacturing of components. They are all described in the code text, in the methodology. Please read them carefully. And then what I wanted to add actually is, of course, there will be scalability, we expect. So in fact, any further scalability, you will have to describe for the award criterion scalability, and you can provide also a calculation in the tab scalability. So next question. For a project with district heating, is the reference scenario one big boiler, district heating, or individual domestic gas boilers? Well, I believe we give the emission factor in the methodology, and but you can help me, JRC, what is it based on?
Yes, it is. We saw it also in the slide. Basically, we saw the reference is natural gas boilers, and the emissions factor is given there, so in the methodology.
So next question. Are projects that produce hydrogen exclusively to balance the energy output, not to sell as a product, considered hybrid? I believe these projects would be considered energy storage projects than hybrid, unless they are two different components of the project, one for producing as hydrogen and selling on the markets, and another one for an energy storage, in which case it would be a hybrid project. So, can you provide examples of project boundaries for hybrid projects in renewable energy production and storage? How detailed do these boundaries have to be? We have given already some examples in the presentation. GRC colleagues, do you want to add something onto that question?
Well, there are also other examples online that you can check. And of course, the boundaries need to be as precise as the calculation requires. So if you are able to fill in precisely the calculation as explained in the methodology, then that level of detail of the boundaries is enough. This is simply as that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. And of course, the project boundaries, you have to be able to also justify and evidence all the choices you have taken within these project boundaries. So be careful actually when you characterize the project, that you are able indeed to prove all the assumptions that you are taking there. I think this is our last question. So we will close the Q&A session. We have received some more questions, which we ask you, if you haven't actually heard the answer or understood through the presentations or reading the call text and the methodology, please insert your questions in the help desk, which is available on the Funding and Tenders portal. We have received already, since the opening of the call, quite a number of questions, and we are treating them. Be patient. We have 2 weeks to answer. So we're doing everything possible, but please consider that if you're not able to understand the methodology, and that's why you're asking questions, most probably your question is a little bit out of the box. So we take these answers really seriously. We consult and we agree before we publish an answer, well, before we reply to you. And actually, some of the more recurrent questions we publish as frequently asked questions. So they will start appearing there. At the moment, I don't think we have published any, but please check also this section, because this is a very important section. So I think this is for our part of the greenhouse gas emission avoidance, and I pass the floor to Roman, who will conclude today's long day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Maria. Thanks a lot for very deep presentations, and I think a very interesting and excellent Q&A session. I hope we made it a bit clearer to you on how to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions and how to approach the various situations and combinations that we see on the market happening. So this is just to close the day. And yes, it was quite long. It was quite charged. I think we have given you a lot of information. That's why the session is recorded, and you have the possibility to review it again calmly, maybe part by part, and look for those issues that are most important for you. So don't hesitate to download the recording or watch it directly on the website. You see the link on the screen. Where will we publish the slides? Yes, so also on this link you will see all the slides from today. So again, you could have a look, review it, check them, and so on. As Maria and all the speakers today confirmed several times, we have opened the help desk. So if you have project-specific particular questions, please come and pose those questions. It will take some time in some cases, so please also have a bit of a patience. Some cases are quite specific, and we will try to address them. So if you haven't received an answer yet, you will receive it soon. Please don't forget to fill in the Slido feedback form. Again, this will help us a lot. And I think that's it. Maybe just to remind what are the next steps. So I hope we will see each other again in January, on the 13th of January, when we are preparing the next webinar, where we will come back with a couple of lessons learned from the 2020 large-scale call and a couple of recommendations. We timed it so that you still have time to adjust your applications and improve them. Then on the 3rd of March, we'll have the call closure, and we will announce the results of the call in the Q3 of 2022. Here you can find some more information, but again, I don't need to repeat and read what is on the screen. So with this, I think we can conclude what was a very charged, very full day of information. And again, I hope this was useful for you. This was practical for you. I hope we were clear as much as we can. And maybe let me give a big thanks to all our speakers, all our participants in this long day, in all the sessions, in the morning, but also in the afternoon. And also give big thanks to the team of people who you don't see, but who are in the back of this event happening, who are helping us to pick up the Slido questions. Our colleagues here who managed the room and made this connection possible for you, the recording possible for you. So thanks a lot to everyone who participated in this. And hope to see you very soon. And I hope that we will receive many good and mature projects in this call. Have a nice evening and bye-bye.